sideways and we form some sort of bullish pattern that pushes us up again, and we're going to hit that 244 zone in XRP. And basically XRP is moving in unison with Bitcoin, but we're more focused on XRP. But as you can see, Bitcoin has this inverted head and shoulders right now, and it's forming a little bull flag. XRP is doing the same thing. We have this inverted head and shoulders, and we're forming a little bull flag, which means we should be pushing upward, I think. I think we got one more pump. Well, it may take a couple pumps to get up here, but I think 245, 247 is going to be it. A lot of resistance on Bitcoin. Yeah. And that's what, you know, see this consolidation zone right here? That's going to be a hard one. See where it slammed up here and then slammed back down? That's where I said it would go. Probably about 194, 195. And that's it in this sweet zone right here. Would I get in at 221 then? Honestly, I'm waiting for 215 or something to tell me that it's not going to do it. I would rather have to get it in at 225, you know, to make it up to 245 than to be wrong and us just be done and come down and drop below $2, you know? So I'm willing to lose a little bit of profit on the way up than to risk losing it on the way down. Yeah, the market is doing stuff though. I would say right now, the odds are in your favor, okay? This is the crypto Hunger Games. May the odds forever be in your favor, okay? Because there's a lot of people getting slaughtered out there. But I think the odds are we got more to go. We've only created the shoulder of this head and shoulders. It has more to go. It wants to do 245. But like I said, it could hit 230 and just be done. And that's kind of what it's done. So we have to see, you know, 230 was your zone to take profits. 225, 230 are your profit taking zones, guys. You've been on a winning streak. Good for you, man. That is awesome. And if you have been on a winning streak and you feel like you want to contribute to the show, don't forget you guys can always donate. That's OZZY12233 at Venmo or Cash App. Bro, I just profited a shit ton, pulled everything off and waiting for the drop. Good for you, bro. Remember, guys, we are not making any money from... You subscribed on Twitch. Do you get paid from Twitch yet? I don't really get paid from Twitch yet. I don't have enough income coming in from it. So eventually I'll get a couple bucks from Twitch. But if you guys want to use, you know, and contribute in that way by getting subscriptions and stuff. But if you're making, you know, lots of money and you want to contribute to the show, when you send donations, that goes to help with the staff and with building of the studio and the equipment and everything. I literally have 2 people monitoring the entire live because there's been a few complaints about like music dropping and things glitching and certain things like that. So I'm having 2 people monitor the entire show today. Thank you, Big Baller. I appreciate you. And you can give by clicking the donation link there and use PayPal, or you can always send it to the Cash App or Venmo. Here, I'll put it up. Just a second here. Had caps lock on. I don't know if you guys noticed, I changed my name on TikTok. So my name on TikTok is now Ozthecryptogoat. So it's no longer Oztid. So if you're wondering, that is my account. There are a few fake accounts of mine that are out there. So be wary of that. Make sure that it says Ozthecryptogoat. No periods, no spaces, no underscores, anything like that. All lower cases, no spaces. King, thank you for the 2 lightning bolts. Sorry I missed you. The live is more focused on the Twitch side, guys. The TikTok side is more for like posting the daily price point videos, is more for your daily coaching, for messaging me and stuff. And you can also message me on Twitch. So as for right now, as a promotional thing, if you move over to Twitch, you can message me directly on Twitch, but you only get like one, message, here and there. I don't check it as often, but you can message me if you are in Twitch. I am allowing that short term, just in case something happens with TikTok and we're no longer able to go live or something like that. We can still be in communication with each other. We can know where the live is going to be to cover ourselves. But for all of you that are making money, I'm so happy for it. I'm so glad. TikTok seller, thank you for the swan. Appreciate you very much. You can always send to the Cash App or Venmo, or you can use PayPal by clicking the link. And if you can't do that, and all you can do is pay for your subscriptions, or you can't give, you can always smash the like button or share the show. Talk to your friends and your coworkers and your family members and let them know, hey, this guy is turning my trading experience around. I'm making money. I'm becoming profitable. He's telling me not what to do, but how to do it. And that's what's really going to be beneficial to the show, is to grow the audience. I love that we have, a staff, and we're providing employment for others. That's another big thing about this show, is I want to eventually one day have multiple shows and a whole staff of people doing journalistic work and preparing and doing everything, so that there's a point where all I have to do is sit down and talk into the microphone and look at the chart and tell you what I see, but I mean, right now I'm creating memes. I'm doing all kinds of stuff. I need a new meme though, man. I've been usually the memes just come to me, something has to be relevant or happening or whatever. And I have to feel like, oh, this is, this would be a good one. And then I do it. But lately I haven't been getting the memes. Future billionaires. Hell yeah. You're unemployed? By the way, I am looking for someone to do graphic design. So if you're a graphic designer and you want to contribute to the show by producing graphic designs, creating memes, things like that, if that's what you're into, we are looking and taking applications for that. So if that's something you're interested in, go ahead and message me. I am not looking for AI. Okay? I have access to AI. I am looking for a human to create beautiful, valuable, human style content. Okay? If you're using a chat bot or an AI, I can do that. No problem. I'm looking for an artist, somebody that wants to promote their artwork, promote themselves, promote this show. That's who I'm looking for. So, John Doe, if that's something that you're interested, go ahead and send me a direct message. I know you're not a deluxe subscriber, but you can submit either like a resume or, copy and paste, or message me with your background information, anything like that. I use this app. I'm in a class for digital design, so I get an application. Perfect. Send me an application. By the way, hopefully tonight or by the end of this week, I'm going to be having an email list set up. So you guys can register your emails, and that way you can get an email alert for whenever anything is posted on TikTok, Twitch, or YouTube. So that way you are getting notified, because a lot of people have not been getting notifications for the videos, for the price point stuff, and they're missing out. And that's because of the algorithm. So with this email list, you are going to be bypassing the algorithm and getting a direct email from me. There will be an added cost. It's probably going to be $1. It's going to cost $1 to sign up, and you put your name on the email list, and you get an automatic message for anything that I post online, no matter what platform it may be. You get a notification. I just get the feeling that this is a bull trap, like you said a few days back. I know what you mean, because look at what we did. Look at what we did. Look at that. We moved up. We moved up here. We peaked up, and man, we slammed down hard. We slammed down hard. And we're headed straight back into this zone. But this could also be the bear trap, I try to keep an open mind about things. I try to be open. That's how we're so accurate. Is because I don't have a bias. I don't want it to go up, and I don't want it to go down. I want to know what it's going to do. That's what makes me so accurate. I have no bias. I notice a lot of these creators have a bias. They have to be right. Their analysis has to be right. I'm the first one that will tell you, hey, you know what? I was wrong. We're going this way now. Because that's how this works. You can't know where it's going to go every single time. You just can't. And if you're going to let your pride get in the way to hurt other people, there's something wrong with you. That's not what I'm about. I'm about making smart, decisive trades. I'm about teaching you guys how to see the charts the way I do. I'm about teaching you guys how to trade without emotion. That's the whole point here. Eventually, one day, I hope that you guys don't need me and you watch me for the entertainment. You watch me to hear about my crazy stories from backstage. That's what I really want to talk about. But in the meantime, let's learn how to make fucking money, baby. Because I believe that one day, this show will grow into something so much more. I believe one day crypto won't be all hyped up like it is now. And we're going to need something to fall back on that's still going to be entertaining. And I have plenty of entertainment for you guys. That's why I keep giving you guys story time. That's why I keep doing all these things, because I want to give you a glimpse at what else we have to offer, because we do have more shows coming. We are going to be having a news show. We're going to be having a crypto show and news show. We are going to be having a debate show. We are going to be having a spooky tales show where I want people who can call in or chime in and tell their ghost stories. Tell your ghost stories, tell your alien stories, tell your story about what happened to you firsthand. Oz, do you think we get to 97, 98K And Bear Trap is set almost 100 to 100K people FOMO and trap everyone on a hard top. Yeah. I think that's highly likely. And you know why? The only reason I think that we are still pumping like we are is because they are trying to squeeze everybody one last time to really make them give up and drop it down, because we are heading into crypto winter, and that's where we will see lows, and then we get a pump in the end of the year. I think the May, June are going to be bad months. They usually are. If we pump outside of May and June, expect parabolic numbers. Okay? Expect crazy numbers if we pump May through June, July, August, September. An entire year of pumping, expect to see crazy nonsense. And that's what all these people are speculating. All these crazy numbers they're saying we're going to 10K and all blah, blah, blah. It's a little far-fetched, but it is possible. Let's see. John Doe says, would you want me to create memes? Message me directly, John, and we'll talk about it. So message me directly after the show and we'll talk about it. All right, let's see here. So let's move into a lower time frame. Let's look at the 30-minute and get an idea. Oh, gosh, it's doing this thing again. Let's move into 30 minutes and see what she's doing. As you can see, we pushed up. We bull flagged right at where support became resistant, or excuse me, resistance became support. We pumped up, we double topped, like I said, we pulled back to 220, okay? And then I thought maybe we would head and shoulders, okay? And we still may head and shoulders. This could be a double top right here as well, which would be the shoulder. This would be a double top right here, which would be another shoulder, which would send us back down to 216, 215. So unless we form something bullish, okay? Unless we form some type of bullish looking thing right here, I would say that we're in the head and shoulders moving back to 215. And that's why I say I'm waiting. I'm waiting to get back in just to see if we're going to move up here, if this is a triple bottom and it's moving up, or if this is a head and shoulders and it's moving down. Okay? I'm waiting to make smart trades, because if this starts moving down to 215 and it doesn't come back up here and touch 220 again, you know, and try to break above it, it could be done and just want to move down. So I'm waiting, okay? Patience is key here, guys. I made some money on a pump, okay? I caught here. All right. I was sick as a dog. I didn't catch this. And I should have, because this was a beautiful formation of a bull flag. This was the most beautiful bull flag I've seen in a long time. This is a nice, beautiful bull pennant. Okay? These are beautiful, easily read structures right here. However, I was so sick after the show. Or wait, was this after the show? We dropped. Can't remember. Yeah, I think it was here we dropped down. And then we went back up to 230 and then we dropped again. And it started coming out here. A lot of people got out at 222. I think it was where they were going to get out. And I was trying to tell you guys this yesterday. Okay. Whenever it peaks up like this and it starts pulling back, it's always either going to retrace back up to where it was or at some higher point. 225 was your exit. Good for you. And I wouldn't say exiting is the right strategy here because it looks like we have more pump. Okay. I think taking profits is more the right strategy, but you guys have to do what you think is best for you. Okay. If you're looking to get out because you think, you know, a big crash or something like that is coming, I get it, because I do exit. Okay. However, I do have long-term holdings that basically always remain in there for just in case. Just in case. A little moon bag. It's not a lot in it. Nothing compared to my other bag. But it's something. It's a few bucks that I don't care if it's gone. If something happens to it, it doesn't matter. I lose that amount on trades all the time. That kind of deal. You know? So you have to find a strategy that works for you. Okay? Because I cannot tell you guys what to do. I legally can't do it. When 120? Maybe June. July. End of mid-June, we'll hit 120. At least if we don't break above this blue line up here and go crazy. But I find that a little far-fetched. I think we hit the blue line up here again and we're done. And the blue line, look, it's right there, 147, just like I said. 147 right there. Which would, if 147 is that line, that means that's happening on Friday. Friday would be the last day. Friday, what time? Friday at UTC, which would be, do LA time. So Friday. Friday at midnight, baby. Friday at midnight. You heard it here first, guys. 247 Friday at midnight. If it doesn't break below. If it stays above this line here, Friday at midnight, expect to see 247, baby. And if it forms a bull flag right there, expect to see craziness. $3, $4 in the next coming weeks after that. All right? So keep that in mind. If you see at 247 a bull flag, okay, and it pushes up to 255, and you see another bull flag, and it pushes us up to 260, and another bull flag, and it just continues forming bull flag after bull flag at every resistance zone, expect craziness. But that means a lot of buy pressure is coming in. And I get it. A lot of people are sitting on the sidelines right now. A lot of liquidity is sitting on the sidelines. So when that happens and it becomes a chain reaction, then you'll see it do that. Boom, 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 one after the other. Just like it did here. It'll look like this. Bull flag, bull flag, bull flag. It wanted to bull flag here, but it didn't happen. It got a double top and 247. Yeah, sorry, man. 247, excuse me. My, not 147, 247. I'm still sick, guys. My brain's not braining, and I always get the $1 and $2 mixed up. So I do apologize for that. Okay. But I really, really feel like 247 is going to be it. Okay. The last time it pumped and it tested 247 right here. So we got the Brad Garlinghouse pump right here. Brad Garlinghouse said, oh, the case is over, and it wasn't. He said the case is over, and we dropped back down, and then we came back up. 247 was it. We not only triple topped over here, but we also got a top here. We got a little wick, and that was it. Okay? 247 is a nasty zone. Let's look even further back. Okay? This whole consolidation between here was at that 247 zone. Look at this whole consolidation right here is at that 247 zone, and all this over here. All the way back to the beginning, baby. 247 is tough because it's right before 250. Okay, 250 is one of those mental lock places, and people who smart trade like I do set their trades a few cents higher or lower depending on which direction it's going to make sure they hit. That's why I said 163, because I said, well, we'll add 2 cents, because I said it's going to 161, 162, and so we added an extra 163. Boom. And we freaking hit. The second candle didn't even close there. We wicked into 163, baby. We wicked into 163. The candles both closed at 165. How beautiful of a trade this was. If you caught the 163 wick, I have been calling out a 163 price point for 2 months before this happened. 2 months I told y'all, 163, baby, be ready. And we hit it. And let me tell you, these long-term goals, I am the most accurate at. Okay? Let me see here. 2 objects are the same. TikTok is annoying. Just important to make sure to say too, most people don't listen to what you're saying and they just listen to the price numbers you say. I know, and I have to work on that. I will work on that. I appreciate you catching that. I think subconsciously in my mind, I know we're going to dollar numbers eventually. So I just default into the dollar zone. But I don't think we're there yet, baby. I think we got 245 is going to be your sweet spot. I would say to make sure that you hit, if 247 is our zone, and 245 is 3 cents away, I would say 245 or 244. And let me tell you, 24444, that number always hits. It's a thing where people do that, where they'll go 2555555, 2444444, 2333333. Those numbers always hit. Those are surefire. All right? So if it's looking like 247, I would say 244 is where 244.44 is where I would say that we're probably gonna, close candle at. But, if you're trying to catch the wick, guys, you can get burned. Okay? Don't always try to catch the wicks. On big moves like this, where I'd seen this coming for months and I knew where it was going to go, it's easy to pick this zone. This was an easy call for me. I knew exactly where it was going to stop. But on these shorter time frame ones, it's a little bit more tricky. Okay, so you have to be a little bit more conservative. Don't try to catch the wicks, the very bottom tip and the very top all the time. But when you should be trying to catch the bottom is when it's going to the bottom, okay? When it's moving its way up, you should be more conservative. When it's coming down, it's easier to find that spot. And this is only if we stay above the blue line. I mean, we could still drop into here and then move sideways, and that could bring us above the blue line just by going sideways because the line is moving downward. So if we drop down to 215 and just ran sideways until Monday, Tuesday, that would put us above the line, and then we would automatically move up. But I think that would be out of structure. I don't see it doing that. But the longer time goes by, the closer and easier it gets to break above the line. So it has to drop. And if it stays above the line, that means every time it drops, it's easier for it to bounce off of it because it's still going down, but it's staying above the line. But I think we got more gas, baby. I really do. I think this is just the start. You should be taking profits at 225 and 230 were your profit taking zones. And they lined up perfectly. And it looks like we could drop down into 216, 217, maybe even as low as 214. Okay? If it turns around and shows a bullish pattern and coming back up and retesting, look, it's running along the top of this line already. It's busted out, and if it comes down and it doesn't just move like this, okay, then that means that it'll probably move like this. You see? It just depends. But honestly, as of right now, it looks like we're going to go down. But is it over? No. And that's because I get off of these lower time frames and I'm looking at the bigger picture. This is the 1 hour. The 1 hour is this massive inverted head and shoulders right here. Okay? And the inverted head and shoulders is usually from the top of where it wicks to the bottom here. Okay? So let me get rid of this. I'm conservative, okay? I'm going to take the lower one and I'm going to stretch it down to this one right here. Okay? That's what we should be doing. And then I take this here. And that puts us right there. That says 255. I ain't buying it. I don't think it's going to do that. Right? Let's see here. 255. I ain't buying it. I think it's possible we hit 255, but that puts us outside here. And I think 147, because I'm going to be conservative, and that still looks like a nice head and shoulders. Okay? Nice head and shoulders would be at 147. 147 is a strong resistance zone. Lines up right with this right here. Okay? And then we come down. 255 is what it should do, but we were calling that prediction Friday at midnight, this Friday or next Friday. Which prediction? For 247, that's this upcoming Friday. Friday at midnight. Look at it right here. 11 o'clock. 10, 11 o'clock, midnight. Right here in this little X. That's where it's going to happen, baby. That's it. That's where it's going to hit. And I think it's going to be done. I really do. As long as we don't, die off. As long as the news doesn't come in crazy. If so far everything's been good news, okay? Everything's been good news. As long as we don't get some crazy news like China's doing something crazy to us, or they're implementing different things, or some kind of bad news we haven't heard, okay? But I think we've gotten all the bad news we're going to get for now. I really do. But I'm expecting a curveball at some point. 220 to 215. Somewhere in there is going to be your entry point, more than likely. I'm thinking 218, baby. 218, 219. It could go lower. I'm going to watch and see. Because as it gets closer, you have to continually watch the charts and see what formations it forms to see if it's going lower or making a reverse and going up higher. But we got a pump like this. Generally, after a strong pump, we get a 50% correction, which would bring us back down to 217. That's normal. That's normal price correction. So we have to wait and see. We have to wait and see what it forms. And this is why you guys want to be subscribed and get those daily price point videos. This is why you want to have access to message me. Obviously, I can't be awake all the time. Okay, but I am posting those price point videos, and when I am awake and I am getting the messages, I am answering them as timely as I can. My lives, by the way, I was doing Monday through Friday, or Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5 to 9 Pacific Standard Time, and then Tuesdays and Wednesdays were noon to 5. I'm going back to my old schedule. Everything is going to be 5 to 9 Monday through Friday. I'm going to keep it simple. So Monday through Friday, 5 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, I will be live every single day as long as I'm not sick. Tomorrow, I have doctor's appointments and things. I am very sick right now. So there will be no live tomorrow. So make sure you're subscribed if you want to get access to those daily price point videos. And for those of you that are watching on TikTok, make sure you come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. Because we will be ending the live here in a few minutes on TikTok. How do you sign up for Deluxe Sub? Click my profile picture, and then just above my videos, there's going to be where it shows like my showcase, and it'll say like subscribe. Click that, scroll, and it's going to say Deluxe Subscription. So when you subscribe to Twitch, it's for the Twitch show, but the TikTok is where you subscribe to get those daily price point videos. So you got to subscribe on TikTok to get the daily price point videos. You're subscribing on Twitch if you want the different viewing experience with the professional audio and video and the longer show. And you want to not have to pay for commercials. It's free on Twitch if you don't mind commercials. There's a YouTuber who I follow as well, and he's saying 97-ish is decision time for BTC. This will make or break it. Exactly. So it lines up with the 247 top for XRP. Exactly. They are moving in unison identically right now, okay? I'm going to have to get a few more songs. I thought that this was going to be enough music. I need at least 20 more songs. I've only got like 6 or 7. Yeah, I got 7 songs. I'm gonna add to the song list tonight. I have to use special audio. So it's not free, guys. But because of your donations, we're able to purchase these audio, able to have these things set up. The music is annoying. Well, I think it's annoying because it's the same thing over and over. I think I'm going to kill the music now. I'm done with the music. I'm ready for just some good old-fashioned... Usually I just open with the music, but I got all this new music. I wanted to try it out and see what was going on. But we're probably going to need some more tracks for sure. But as you can see, every day we are growing. We are growing every single day, and I'm trying to provide you guys with the most professional show I possibly can provide you. So we got our spooky ghost. And look at our chart lines right up in his hand there. The music gives you anxiety. All right. So we are going to be switching to the Twitch show in about, I'd say about 15 minutes, guys. So if you do want to catch the second half of the show and you're on TikTok, make sure you come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat at Twitch TV. So Twitch TV, twitch.tv. And then you're going to go there and you're going to search Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. TikTok seller 444, just pinned it to the top there. That's where you're going to find it. I think the memes and posts are so professional looking now. Looks good. Thank you. I appreciate it. I am trying to step things up. I'm getting more professional as you guys continue to support the show and continue to, you know, donate and do things for the show. I'm reinvesting it back into you. So whatever I get is just going right back into the show. My grandpa, you know, he owned several businesses growing up, and he always taught me, you don't run a business, you build a business, okay? Because if you run a business, you're going to run it into the ground. The only way to be successful as a business owner is to take everything you make from that business and pump it right back into it. Don't cut yourself a paycheck. Don't take profits. Don't take anything out of it. Keep pumping into it, and you will build and create an empire one day where you can literally just let it happen, and it will happen, and then you will reap all of that at one time. Okay? And that is how I conduct my business. So I am making sure that everything that I get, I put right back into the show. Everything you guys send to me goes back into this show. It goes back to you. So we are growing, we are getting bigger, we are getting more professional, we are expanding, we are building a studio, we have professional equipment. I don't know who was here when we first started. Whoever was here when we first started, I want to say TikTok seller. TikTok seller was here from the beginning when it was the camera pointed at the tablet. Do you remember that? TikTok seller, are you here? Some of you guys remember when we were literally a camera pointed at my tablet, and that's how we were doing it. And now we've got, yes, the Nintendo Switch. Everyone called it they're like, are you doing a stream from a Nintendo Switch? That's what it looked like. Yeah, Big Baller too. There's a few of you guys, and you guys have all been subscribed. Jared Barnett, yes, you were there too. And all of you have been subscribed for several months now and continue to upgrade and keep your subscriptions because you obviously see some value here. And I appreciate you guys keeping the show going and supporting. And for those of you that are on TikTok, don't miss the second half of the show. In about 13 minutes, we are going to be ending the live early on TikTok and moving over to Twitch. So make sure you guys come over to Twitch. I think we're still a bit bullish. I think we may be turning bearish, though. We have to keep an eye on that. Fireman Joe says he remembers the Twitch days, or the Switch. We should do the Twitch on Switch. Switch on Twitch. Those were the good old days, weren't they? And you know, I started that show. I had my desk and I had my little tablet and I had my boat and everything on my desk, you know, and I wasn't even using my desk. It was storage. I was just like, had my paperwork, and I did paralegal stuff, like on the side. And I had a bunch of like stuff I was doing, like paperwork wise. And that's all it was. That's all I had on, and I went live on Mega's show one time as a guest on his show. And after that show, I realized that too many people were eating the moon cheese. Too many people were eating the moon cheese. And I was like, and that's when I woke Mega up. Mega realized that we were headed downward. And that was months ago. When was that? That was February. That was like mid-February. I said, I want to say that it was the Monday, the 17th, is where I want to guess. When I said, hey, we're forming a Head and Shoulders in the 1 day time frame. You can't hear the planes? Can you hear the air conditioning or anything like that? I don't want to talk bad about any other creators, but I want to, you know, we're reminiscing about what happened and how we've grown so much, you know. This is the little prequel into story time. And we are going to go over the news in the second half of the show. So make sure if you are on TikTok and you want to catch the news report, you come on over to Twitch. Because some of the news is copyrighted and I can't even show it on TikTok. So that's great. I'm glad you guys are getting good professional audio. As you know, I am an audio engineer. Barely, though, I was hearing a power line buzzing. Okay, if you did hear like a power line buzzing, I hear that too. And I actually ordered a piece of equipment to fix that. Still feeling sick, but I'm taking tomorrow off to go to the doctor. But I'm still here today. And remember, guys, if you are on TikTok, to come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. We will be ending the live here in about 10 minutes. So if you want to catch the news and you want to hear story time about Subtropolis in LA, it's not really called Subtropolis, but that's what TikTok's calling it. So that's what I'm calling it. But I will give you my firsthand experience of being in the underground city of LA. I've been in it. I've worked there. I've been a part of it. I know what's down there, and you get to hear my story. XRP tanking right now? I wouldn't say it's tanking, but it's Head and Shoulders played out like I said it would. Let's go into the 1 minute and take a look at that. One last little before we... am I looking at a 218 entry? I'm being patient. I'm being patient right now. It's too soon to call anything. I know that based off of this formation, that would be the next stop is like 216, 217. But look at, it's not tanking. It just hit 219 And that's the tip. And look at, now it's turning green. It's turning green. Right on that line. Look at the candle closed exactly on that line. So this could not do it. Yeah, textbook, guys. And that's why I put the lines here before, because I want you guys to see how this works. The candles are the most accurate way to read these charts. In case you haven't noticed, I don't use indicators. I have them here. The EMA is my favorite to use if I do use indicators. This says that we're going probably to 221. If we're in the upward trend now, we're going to 221. But look, this is forming like a little head and shoulders here. That could send us up to 220. You know? So the EMAs are nice. They can be helpful. But I tend to only use the EMAs in the one day. I will use the EMA to help me catch certain points. Oh, let me see here. I gotta. All right, Ghost, you gotta go bye-bye. So the 200 EMA says that we're headed back to 196. Jared, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. And don't forget, guys, if you want to watch the second half of the show, you want to catch the news, you got to come over to Twitch. We have to get off of TikTok. We have to. I was literally messaging people on TikTok last night, and my messages, anything that I said that were bullish before it pumped, were being suppressed, were being under review or anything. I could not get any bullish news out when it needed to go out. The audio is so much better on here, I know. And by the way, if you're viewing the show on your phone, don't forget to tilt your phone sideways for an even better view of the show and the chat and everything. So you can see the picture much more clearly if you turn it to the side. And don't forget, guys, looks like it might break that blue line. Let's look. Let's look. I'm going to get rid of these. See what I mean? These EMAs will throw you off, right? I don't trust them always, especially in the lower time frames. But yeah, it looks like we kind of broke through. And all we did was wick, and it looks like a bit of a double bottom there. And we could, looks like a classic double bottom. Yeah, when you posted that bull flag, it said the video was under review. When I tried to comment, then the video disappeared. I know. Even the Vegas meetup video did that. A lot of videos have been being suppressed. A lot of information. People, they also changed the algorithm. So you guys are not even getting my stuff in your For You page anymore. You're following, you're subscribing, and you're still not getting the videos and the price point stuff sent to you, at least in a timely manner. You're not being notified. And that's why we're setting up the email list. So for those of you who want to get on the email list, send me a direct message, okay? So if you're a deluxe subscriber and you want to be on the email list, you have to be a deluxe subscriber. Okay. Send me your email and I will start creating a list. Okay. I haven't worked it out. Maybe it'll just be added on to the deluxe sub as a perk for becoming a deluxe subscriber. I haven't figured out how to work that out yet. However, I am paying somebody to set that up and manage it. So there has to be some type of something coming in with that. So when you're on TikTok and you become a subscriber, there's a deluxe subscription which allows you to message me directly for daily coaching. And also you get access to the daily price point videos that I post. But mainly it unlocks your ability to communicate with me directly. Ask me questions. We can talk about anything. You just want to tell me your life story and we can talk about our similarities and differences and get to know each other on a more personal basis. We can do that too. So, and by the way, we are having the meet and greet in Vegas, June 2nd. I hope to see as many of you guys as possible. I do know a few people are already going to be in Vegas that weekend. So I decided to set up the meet and greet so we can do a special live. So we'll see how that turns out. If anything, and I'm there by myself, we're going to do a special live from Vegas. I'll have my face in the video. Maybe we'll play some games. It won't be on TikTok, though. It'll only be on Twitch. Yeah, you can come. Anybody can come. It's open to the entire public. If you want to come meet me, shake hands, talk to me, you know, grab a beer or play some Texas Hold'em or some craps or something in Vegas, come meet me out in Vegas. We're going to have a good time. It's going to be for a couple hours, and then I'm going to be leaving and going back to my family and things like that. But I am going to take an opportunity to do a special show for meet and greet and a special live. If you guys want to become part of the live show, you can come on the show. We can talk on the show and go back and forth. If you like, you can be on camera, off camera, or, you know, I'll just go live, but it's going to be casual. You know, we're just going to see how it goes. But I'm Canadian, so I will have to pass this time. Just because you're Canadian doesn't mean you're not allowed in the United States. I know that we're not friends right now, but I'm pretty sure you can still come to Vegas. Don't worry, you're going to make a bunch of money off of XRP this week. You're going to be able to afford the plane ride. Just kidding. I'm sure y'all got bills and things. But if you can, yeah, we'll wait. That shit is sorted out. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah. I wouldn't go to Mexico right now. I'm glad I went to Mexico before all this started. Because it could have not been as fun as it was. Let's look at Bitcoin one last time. So if you are on TikTok, I am ending the live now. Make sure you come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. Don't miss out on the show, guys. So if you want to be on the show, you're going to have to come over to Twitch now. Because we are cutting the live. Thank you all for your overwhelming support. We are about to get into the news and story time. Don't miss story time. Tonight's is going to be juicy. We want you here, though. Yeah, I'm going to be on Twitch. I'll be on Twitch, but TikTok is going to be shutting down. Partially, it's because my phone's dead. The other partially is because it just has to be, but my phone is dead when I started the live and I have it plugged in, but it overheats and it cuts the live anyway after a little while. So we just have to do it anyway. So make sure you guys come on listen to me, everybody. Okay. This is going to be the greatest show you've ever seen. Okay. I'm telling you, everybody says so. We're all on Twitch when we drink Bud Light. It's going to be beautiful. We're going to build a wall between Twitch and TikTok, and it's going to have a big, beautiful door, and I'll tell you what, I'll walk through it with you. Does Twitch have Zoom? I believe it does, but turn the phone on its side and see how that works for you. All right. Thank you all on TikTok. I'll see you on Twitch. All right. We are Twitch only now. Now we can say things that we're not allowed to say on TikTok. How awesome is that? I can tell you spooky stories. I can tell you about things that I'm not allowed to talk about on TikTok. That is awesome. All right, so I'm going to save story time for the end of the show. Looks like we bounced off 219. Yeah, I'm coming at it. Exactly. Look at all those candles closed exactly at that line right there, baby. Exactly. Textbook, like TikTok seller said. Textbook. All right. And we're moving up. And, you know, but see how we dropped low here? In this resistance zone, we're getting lower lows, which means lower highs. We could break through now. All right. Now we could break through. Or we hit it again and we do another double top, and then it's a bigger double top and we're going to be moving up. That blue line bounce is so amazing. I know, right? Isn't that awesome? And I literally just threw that line on the chart like 5 minutes before the live. I was like, oh, let's draw this line right here. I was like, I set up all this stuff. I added the ghost and the boo, and I lost the XRP. It was supposed to be right here. But I added the ghost and I put the lines because I wanted people to see exactly what we're doing here. Because this could be a bull flag now. We've formed enough of this that we could touch here and come back down. And then that would be what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this would be wave 5 down here, baby. And that's at 140, 130. Double bottom would be even more awesome. What do you mean double bottom? Oh, you're talking about on the 1 minute? But this was a descending wedge. It was a head and shoulders. It was a descending wedge. It was a diamond top, okay? And according to my calculations, 163 I would say is fulfillment of a diamond top. I would say that fulfills that structure, which means that there's the possibility that, and you know, this could be down here. That line could be down here. Okay. Keep that in mind, which is probably more likely, but we like to be a little conservative. So we're moving it because we have more lines to go off of up there, but this is probably more accurate. All right. Something like that. All right. That's more accurate. So that means that when we come back down 130, and that look at where this right here. Do you see in this area, you see where these candles line up with these wicks right here? That's 225, 230. I think that's where the candle's going to close, somewhere between here. All right, between 125 and 130, right? And just to be conservative, I say 135 because that's another one of those psychological numbers. Where does that line up at? That's May 10th, May 9th. Let's say it's a Sunday. Sunday, May 11th. You heard it here first. If we continue back down, that would be Sunday, May 11th. And look at that lines up with the distance between these two bottom wicks. Boom. So do you see us going back to 240-ish before going down? I do. I do. We have a strong head and shoulders formation forming. And I think Bitcoin still got some steam in it. I think everything's still got some steam in it. What we saw is a huge pump, and we're seeing a little price correction. I think we've got more in it. I do. And I mean, this could be the turnaround. This could blow us out of here, and we start moving up to the $3 zone and higher. Okay. Do you recommend re-entry or wait to see what plays out? I think I would wait till the 3 a.m. sell-off. 3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time is when Asian markets open. And one or two things is going to happen at that time. It's either going to start selling off or it's going to start pumping hard. That's what I would wait for. I'm going to wait for 3 a.m. I'm going to see what it does and see where we're at. But today's Wednesday and we're dropping. Okay? Normally we pump on a Wednesday and we drop on a Sunday. But we pumped on a Sunday. Now we're dropping on a Wednesday. Everything is off. The whole thing is off. So because of that, I'm very unsure. Very unsure. What I would normally say is, oh, Wednesday at 3 a.m., I'm going to expect probably a pump. But everything's off. So I could see it coming back down to 218 before it pumps up again. Does look like a bull flag, which is leading me to believe that we still got steam. But there's not enough candles to decide. I feel like by the end of the show at 9 p.m., we're going to have enough candles to know what's going to happen. So in the meantime, we're going to put the reading of the charts on hold for a little bit. Allow the candles to, grow and mature so that way we can have a more educated decision. Because right now, I can't tell you. It's guesswork right now. There's not enough data. There's not enough data. So let's watch it. Even if it breaks below that blue line, it could come right back up. So we have to see what kind of structure it forms. We have to be patient. But I'm telling you, 3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time tonight is when something's going to happen. So YOLO long at 500X. Got it. Oh my God. I mean, eventually one day, yes. We could YOLO up to crazy numbers. But I don't think it's happening just yet. And this is our opportunity to find these lower zones for accumulation and to take profit in these higher zones for when we drop into the lower zones to have more to put into our bags so that way we can accumulate instead of consume. That is the idea here. We are learning how to... Another thing is like a lot of people are like, I'm out of the market. I'm jumping out. I don't want to encourage that and I don't want to discourage it, but I want you to know that you got to be in it to win it, baby. You got to be in it to win it. And if you're looking to day trade, you got to be in it. You got to have some skin in the game. You got to have something in it. But also, the idea is to have a plan, have a strategy. My strategy seems to be working. I hope my strategy is working for you guys as well. But my strategy seems to be working perfectly. And I've been using this strategy for many years. I've made lots of mistakes, and it's taken years for me to create this strategy that now is foolproof. I'd never veer from it. I never let my emotions get in the way of it. This is how I day trade. This is just how I do it. And I play a long game, and in between I like to play a little bit more just because it's fun too. But also at the same time, I want to mitigate my risks. I don't want to make heavily risky decisions. Jumping in right now is a risky decision. This is what we call a consolidation zone. What we're looking for is a break upward or downward. Because if we lose, let's say we lose 20 cents, 10 cents, and it starts breaking upward, we've got another, 20 more to go? We can't catch the very bottoms of every candle and the very top. We can't always catch that. Sometimes we do. Okay? Sometimes we do. And the ones you really want to try to catch are the bottoms, obviously. And the tops, you're just taking profits as you keep going up, waiting for it to come back down. So you'll sub on Twitch when your Amazon Prime subscription ends. Yeah, no worries, bro. That's all good. I have the Amazon Prime one too, so I get it. Your guys' support is overwhelming. I don't want to try to berate you guys with supporting the show. You guys have been doing a wonderful job. Some have been more generous than others. Some give what they can or contribute what they can. So that's beautiful. As long as we continue to keep doing this, you guys are going to become so profitable that you're just going to be throwing money at the show anyway, because it's coming back to you to keep the show going. That's how it works. Everything that you guys give me, I put right back into you. So that's why you're always seeing new stuff and new things. And wait till you guys see the cameras, man. I got some good cameras. They're AI tracking cameras as well. 4K, high refresh rate. It's going to be beautiful. Like the stage setup, it's going to be it's going to be amazing. Just you guys wait and see. I am constantly growing this thing every day. It is amazing. All right, let's get into the news. I'm not going to read everything. But let's get into a few things. So let me zoom in a little bit here so y'all can see it better. Crypto analyst says XRP is dead. Sentiment is a lie. Reveals the truth. Crypto analyst 589 Bull has asserted that the XRP is dead narrative is a lie. The analyst went further to reveal the truth and explain why market predictions should be bullish on the altcoin despite the current price action. And I am a bit bullish, okay? I just don't think it's happening now. I think it's going to happen in a month or two. So this is our time to accumulate before that craziness goes up. All right? Why XRP is not dead despite current price action. In an X post, he stated that the idea that XRP is dead is a lie. Instead, he stated that the truth is that the altcoin is being embedded in the next financial system. The crypto analyst further remarked that Ripple is building the rails, digitizing liquidity using XRP, mapping corridors, and bleeding retail so that only institutions, bots, and insiders are positioned. And you guys are insiders now because you watch this show. Okay? And this is why I say don't be afraid to have some skin in the game. Because at some point we could get priced out of this thing. We are so early. We are so early. That's why I'm saying that we're coming down, because we're so early. It makes sense that we would come down because we're so early. Let's see here. I'm not going to read this whole thing. My throat's killing me. I'm still sick, so you get the idea. But if you guys want to read the full story, go on to TradingView, and it is on TradingView. They have excellent news, guys. I like TradingView's news better than most news publications. You click this little lightning bolt right down here, and it'll give you all the latest news on XRP. On April 3rd, 2025, Coinbase Derivatives filed with the CFTC to self-certify XRP futures, launching on April 21st, following investors to trade XRP via standardized contracts. And you guys know what futures are, right? Futures are short positions, baby. Futures contracts. We're going to be able to start getting futures in the United States. Some of you are doing shorts already. You don't live in the United States. But for those of us in the United States, futures contracts have been against the law for XRP. Those are coming back, baby. And then here's one. LAPD seizes 2.7 million in stolen Bitcoin miners after cargo ring bust. What? What are XRP futures and how to invest in them? Let's take a look at that. If you're following developments, the cryptocurrency market, you've likely noticed that the Coinbase derivatives have introduced XRP's futures contracts. Let's take a closer look. What are XRP's futures? XRP futures are standardized financial contracts that allow you to agree to buy or sell at a predetermined excuse me, predetermined price on a specific future date. Rather than trading the actual token, you're trading a contract that tracks the price of XRP. So futures are shorts. These are how you get short positions. So this is actually really cool. So do I think they'll start shorting the market first? Yes. I think they'll short the market first to drive it down. And that comes in April. What date did they say it was? April 3rd. They filed it, and it will be launched April 21st. So it's only been a couple days, right? So it's pumping. It's pumping because of this. But eventually, they're going to get that price up there real nice and deep like, and be just the beautiful bull trap to come in with those short positions, baby. That's what I think is going to happen. They're going to let it ride just enough to make you feel like it's all better. We have returned to normal, and they are going to short the hell out of it for the next 2 months and drive this price into the ground. That's what I think. All right, let's see here. So, let me get a drink, man. I tell you, my throat is killing me. Oh. My secretary just brought me snacks. So if you hear any chewing in the background, it's not me, I promise. Is that cookies? Cookies. Oh my God. This is the most delicious looking chocolate chip cookie I've ever seen in my entire life. Now that's amazing. All right. So, let's see here. Let's do another news. Stock market rallies after Treasury Secretary Bessonette tells a closed-door meeting investor summit that tariff standoff with China is unsustainable, which it is, guys. This China tariff thing is only going to last so long. It can only go for so long. We get way too many products from China. And let me tell you something. China will print money like it's crazy. They will sacrifice as many people as they have to. They will do whatever it takes to win this, or at least have some kind of leverage. And that's the leverage they have. Our shelves will be empty. China is not backing down. They're upping the ante. Exactly. We are actually starting to back down now. Trump is backing down on China, and they have to. They have to come to some sort of agreement. I guess it sounds like he's coming back down to the original 10%. But China has not agreed to remove anything that they've done to us. But we're agreeing to do things. Because they have the upper hand in this. They do. They produce everything. We get everything from China. So it's not going to last long. And I think maybe Trump assumed that they were going to want to negotiate at some point, and he just felt disrespected or whatever, and he just went off the handle. But it's not working. It's not working. And let me tell you something. Every deal that Donald Trump has made with China, they say, oh, we've got this amazing deal. It's beautiful. It's going to be amazing. We're going to make lots of money. China never holds up their end. They always blow it and do what they want. China's playing a long game here. And I'll tell you this right now. It's like Donald Trump and China are the two parents in the front seat. Donald Trump's in the driver's seat. China's sitting in the passenger seat, husband and wife. And Canada and Mexico are the kids in the back seat. Okay? And Trump is headed full speed for a tree and says, so help me God, I will drive this car into a fucking tree. That's what's happening right now. And you know what? China's sitting in the front seat next to him saying, do it. I don't care. And Trump's saying, I'll take you all with me. China's like, I don't care. Go for it. Smug. No reaction. Completely cold, shut off. Ready for it to happen. Is completely okay with sacrificing their own children, their own people, whatever it is. They will print money like crazy to like World War II Germany. They will allow their people to starve and die. They do not care. Their thinking is, we're overpopulated anyway, and we're the ones in power. We have control over everything. We're not going to miss out on anything, but they will. Who cares? Who cares about them? They literally welded people in their homes during COVID. Welded people inside of their homes. They black bagged and disappeared people during COVID. Doctors that would speak out or say anything that they didn't want them to say disappeared like that. Nobody knows what happened to them. China, that's the one to be scared of. Now, military-wise, I don't think they're as powerful as us. But I don't think that these wars are going to be fought with military equipment. Not these big, giant countries like China and Russia and the U.S. There'll be proxy wars that are fought, but these major battles will be fought in the minds of you and me on TikTok. It's literally, there is a battle happening on TikTok right now with this show. This show is the front lines, guys. You guys are in the infantry. Okay? We are fighting right now, and I am your general leading you into battle, bringing you here to Twitch. Getting you off of the dopamine hit. Bringing you to a place where we can say and speak and do things and have the ability to be who we want to be and not controlled. They may have more power, but you know what? We have a voice. You have a voice. We're here now. We're on Twitch. We have a decent show on Twitch watching. We have more people on Twitch watching right now than we had on TikTok the entire life. Because the suppression on TikTok is real. Yes, we have random people coming in and out, but Twitch is thriving. And we will be staying here. We will be moving to this Twitch platform, restructuring and figuring this out. Okay, it's going to take time. We're going to have to grow, but we're here. And those of you that are here, that are watching and that are a part of this show, you are fighting on that front line. You have decided to step out of the matrix and put yourself in a place where you have control, where you have the power, where you're not manipulated. I promise you, there are so many people that are still stuck on TikTok. They can't help it. The dopamine release, they need it. They're a fiend for it. They can't. I see them all the time. They're the ones that pop in on Twitch, and then they pop back on TikTok, and then they pop back in on Twitch because they want to support the Twitch side. They want to be a part of it. They physically can't deal with the loss of dopamine. So that's why we're taking our time to move over to the Twitch side so that we can allow people to not have to cold turkey, but to wean themselves off. Have you seen the states are suing because of tariffs? Yes. California is suing. We covered that on Friday. The states might break off again and become their own country. Well, let me tell you something. Every state is its own country. At some point, we went from the United States are to the United States is. Okay? The United States are sovereign states, sovereign countries. Each of them have their own laws. The only thing that the federal government is designed to do is to keep the states operating within the Constitution. That's the whole idea, is the states are supposed to operate within the Constitution, and the federal government is there to defend them and make sure that they stay in line and don't break that. And at some point, the Constitution got thrown out the window. Yes, TikTok crackheads. Exactly. At some point, we lost sight of what it is to be a sovereign state. And, you know, they use maritime law now. We are supposed to be under the law of the land. What they've done is they have circumvented the Constitution through the use of maritime law by using trickery. They use trickery and words to deceive you. There's a reason why when you walk, Michiki, what's going on? When you walk into court, have you ever been into a courthouse and you see they're flying their war flag with the gold fringe, and you see you come in, what's the first thing that the judge asks you? The very first time you see the judge and you come up and you walk up, the first thing they ask you is they say, "Can you hear me?" Why do they ask you that? Do they mean hear like audibly? Or is it hear as in, are you allowing me to conduct this hearing? And when you say, yes, I can hear you, you are giving them consent to rule over you. Yes, that's how they get jurisdiction in divorce court. That's how they get jurisdiction when they make you come in. A lot of times they make you sign a yellow or a pink piece of paper or something. And what you're doing is you're signing over your rights to be seen by a judge, because the judge is not even a judge. It's a commissioner. It's a, whoever, a magistrate. They're not judges. They have no authority. They don't operate under the Constitution. They don't follow the law. And you give away your right unknowingly because they use a precision of language. They speak legalese. They talk in a different language. They write in a different language. I believe it's subject, predicate, adverb. Subject, predicate, adverb. I used to do paralegal stuff and paperwork for the courts. I know how all these processes happen. I literally went through a divorce. I had a crazy ex that took my kids from me and used legal rape against me. If you guys don't know what legal rape is, look it up. She tried to take everything from me. Okay? And I fought her in court for 7 years and never gave up. And in the end, she gave up. And I was able to keep my pension. I was able to keep my Corvette, my home, my kids. I have full custody of my kids now. I have everything. That's because I understand the system and how it works, and I was able to use it in my favor. And let me tell you something. I did not know it when I first started. When I first started, I had no idea. I had to learn it out of necessity. For my kids, I learned all these things so that I couldn't lose my kids. But we are in martial law right now. We're in martial law. It's maritime law. And let me tell you something else about those courthouses. They are enclaves. If you don't know what an enclave is, Google it. It's 4 corners. 4 corners is an enclave. You can literally lay a flag down on the ground and stand upon it, and whatever that flag represents, you are now within that country or whatever that is, and you become sovereign. If you lay a flag on the ground and stand upon it, you can't be arrested. Did you know that? If you stand underneath a flag and it's stretched out square and you're standing beneath it, did you know you cannot be arrested? Because it's out of their jurisdiction. Anything within 4 corners. And if they do, they can be sued for kidnapping. But you have to know these things. And they will. They'll break it because they assume you don't know your rights. They assume you don't know who you are. They assume you do not know how to govern yourself and be sovereign. They assume. The courts operate on assumption. Should I start taking a flag in my back purse? Sure, why not? Why do you think gang members carry a flag, a bandana? It's a sign of sovereignty, and I don't want to get too into that because I don't think you guys are ready for that. There's a lot to it, guys. Start digging, start Googling and looking flag laws. When you go into court, the first thing you need to do is establish jurisdiction. Because if you do not, they will operate under assumption that they have jurisdiction over you. So when you go into court, you have to let them know, you do not have jurisdiction over me. I do not operate under maritime law. I am a sovereign human. not a sovereign citizen, a sovereign living man, woman. I'm alive. I'm not the straw man on paper. Start looking into these things. Start learning what they are. Because even if you don't live in the United States, they're doing these things to you as well. Just the processes and whatnot is probably somewhat different. But here in the US, this is happening to you. You are being trafficked. Why do you think you need a driver's license? Drivers you don't have to have a license to travel. That's against the Constitution. But drivers have to have a license because they're conducting commerce. Are you conducting commerce when you're moving yourself down a public highway? It literally says that the Supreme Court says that you have the right to travel, whether it be automotive, locomotive, horse and buggy. They cannot keep you. Driving is not a privilege. Driving is a right. But driving, first of all, you got to look up Black's Law. Black's Law Dictionary is the definitions of these words, okay? A driver is somebody that is like a delivery driver conducting in commerce, okay? When you are operating a motor vehicle and transporting yourself and your property from point A to point B, you are traveling. You are a traveler, not a driver. You do not need a driver's license in order to travel. You have the free right of mobility and travel among the roads and railways. That is a God-given right, inalienable. Do you know what inalienable means? It means it's not something that is granted to you. It is something you are born with and endowed by your Creator. And that no matter what piece of paper they write or try to create, it doesn't make it go away. Man, we got off on a real one today. Oh yeah. Hoorah. Oh, I'll wake you all up. I will wake you all up. I will get you off that TikTok crack and get you on some real good. Right? I'll get you on that natural one. Ooh, boy. By the way, I don't do drugs. I'm sober. I have kids. I drink water. I used to run like 14 miles a day. Got hit by a drunk driver. Now I just chill. Yeah, I don't even smoke weed. I smoked weed when I was a kid, and now I don't even like doing that. I don't even really drink. I drank the other night because I was so fucking sick. I was like, I'm going to have like as much tequila as I can to try to get this shit out of my body. And then that was it. But other than that, like, I maybe drink once or twice a year. They're controlling us. Everything we do is monitored. Yes. They are moving into a one world government, financial social credit score system where everything you do is checked and balanced. They want to put you on a universal based income where you get a certain amount of money every month. You have to live in the pod and eat the bugs. And if you don't spend your money on what you're supposed to, your universal based income will be, you will not be able to save it. You will not be able to spend it on whatever you want to. You will not be able to grow or invest or do anything. You know, XRP is supporting that. Yes, I do. And I believe that there is no stopping it. I believe there is no stopping it, and that the only way to stop it is to raise an army of rich men who are willing to be awake once enriched and use their riches to empower people. That's what I believe. I believe that the only way to fight this war is for the people who are fighting the war to become part of that rich class, to become part of that social group, and then turn upon it. That's what I'm doing here. I'm raising an XRP army that's going to turn on itself. Do you believe the Ascension will win? The what? Ascension will win? What's the Ascension? Yeah, or they'll buy it back. They'll force you to sell it, just like they forced you to sell your gold back in, what, 1933 in the U.S.? They'll confiscate it from you. But if we're able to enrich ourselves and make loads of money and bring ourselves into that world, we can be insurgents. As long as we stay awake, that we don't let the money get to us. Because let me tell you, money like we're going to make here can change a person. It can't change me. I can't be bought. I cannot be pushed. I cannot be shook. I will not waver from the task at hand. There is one ultimate goal, and that is what I will always push for. And nothing will ever get in my way. And what I'm doing is I'm looking for people who have that similar same goal, or just regular people that just don't want to suffer as much. Either way, someone is going to rise to the occasion. And it only takes 5 men to create massive damage, you know, and I'm not saying that we're going to do like physical damage, you know, that's not what I'm saying, but it doesn't take much to make a change. All it takes is for good men to do nothing, for evil to triumph. All it takes for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. And let me tell you something. Since the beginning of time, there has always been somebody trying to take over the world. All the way back to the beginning, somebody is always trying to conquer and take over the world. Since the beginning of it, somebody's in control, wants to be in control of everything. And if you think that that has gone away, you've lost your mind. You've lost the plot, in the words of Gordon Ramsay. If you believe in evil, why don't you know about the new earth? What do you mean, the new earth? Got to stand for something or you're likely to fall for anything. Exactly. What do you mean the new earth? I know about the new earth. And let me tell you something. The new earth that they are trying to feed you is the Hunger Games, okay? That's the new earth they're looking for. The Hunger Games. Now, are people going to battle to the death? No, but that division of class is what they're looking at. The whole new earth utopian society thing, it doesn't work. It works on a small scale. Okay? Socialism, communism, those types of things work on a small scale. But once you grow into a massive group of people, it's unsustainable because greed will always triumph. Greed is the issue. Man, the Terminator movies from the first to the last are very real. Oh yeah. Let me tell bro. Oh, man, I wish I had that news article pulled up. They are maybe I should pull it up real quick. Let me see. I know Timcast has one. By the way, if you don't watch Tim Pool, definitely check it out. Definitely a fan. His is more political though. Where is it? The AI one. I don't know where it is. Okay. So there is a news article that basically says that super powered AI will control the world within 2 to 3 years. 2 to 3 years, a super powered AI will control everything. You guys ever watch Futurama? You ever see the episode where Bender keeps replicating himself? And then there's more and more and more of Bender, and they're just like down to like a microscopic level. Oh, They Live with Rowdy Roddy Piper. Yes, I know about They Live. Bro, who do you think you're talking to? Who do you think you're talking to? I don't know about They Live. Yes, if you haven't seen They Live and you don't mind a low end 80s B movie, definitely watch They Live. That is where we're at right now. Now, are the aliens really in control? Who knows? Oh, it's bad. I actually like it, but it's bad. It's so good. The story is so good, but it's so bad. Yeah, it's like what are they? Wrestlers? WWF wrestlers from back in the day made a movie. Hilarious though. I mean, also really, really powerful story. So if you guys have not seen They Live, definitely go and find it. Probably on Amazon or something like that. You're going to want to see that. You know which movie I just watched? I watched the Sneakers movie. Remember the one that they talk, the XRP is mentioned in Sneakers? I watched that. That's a really good movie. Yeah, I ended up buying it on Amazon. I was like, okay, I need to watch this movie and find out what the hype's all about and what's going on with it. But yeah, XRP is named in a movie from 1993 for Federal Reserve Electronic Transfers Funds. Which is quite interesting. Quite interesting. And they're talking about cryptic encryption. That's what the whole movie's about, is about encryption. This is like when encryption was so new that it was just a theory. It wasn't even real yet. Like encryption existed, but it was like an algorithm to undo encryption. Yeah, definitely something to watch. Highly recommend it. I enjoyed every minute of it. Who's in it? Who's that? Robert Redford, I think. Great movie. Joaquin Phoenix. Internet had hardly been established at that stage. Exactly. It was so new. Like, it's all on DOS computer systems that they're doing all this stuff. And they're literally talking about this digital age of electronic funds transfer. Yeah, it's not like today. They didn't quite have it all right, but at the same time they did. And it's happening now. Yeah, it's basically quantum computing, which is what we have now, which is why they're like, oh, digital currency isn't going to work because of quantum computing. It'll be able to hack every firewall and every encryption that's ever been created. But now they're moving into this new form of ISO and different types of encryption and things that are quantum computing safe now. The one where the high school kid logs into the missile site in Montana is also good. What? What's that one? I never heard of that. Is that an older one too? War Games. Oh, yeah, War Games. Man, I haven't seen that in a long time. That's a good one. There's money magazines from early 80s that explained all of this for the future as well, which is now. Exactly. You think this has all happened by mistake? You don't think this is all a grand design? That's why I'm like, there's no way to fight it except for from the inside. We have to start thinking more long-term, fourth dimensionally in a way to combat this. We have to start to understand that we're basically powerless in all of this. And we're along for the ride, so we might as well ride it to a position of power or wealth where we can actually do something about it. You know what? I just saw something. Look at this. Look at that. That lines up. That lines up. I can probably make this line even more accurate. Look at that. That line is pretty accurate. 2030. So 2031 is the agenda. It's Agenda 31. The UN 2030 agenda may be something. But yeah, look up Agenda 31, guys. It used to be Agenda 21, but they pushed it back to 31. It was supposed to happen with COVID. And in 2020, before COVID happened, and I think it was right around the same time, the release of suppressed technologies bill was signed by Donald Trump, which states that all suppressed technology is to be released and implemented into society by March of 2025. And part of that is ISO 222. But that date was pushed back to November 22nd. But all suppressed technology that the United States has is to be released and implemented into society by 2025. And they're already starting to introduce it with the AI, the self-driving cars and automated, new systems and everything. That's why all that's happening. They've been slowly releasing it, okay? By 2030, the world is going to be unrecognizable. Yes, alien tech, or it's just tech that we came up with that it seems alien because we've never seen anything like it before. That's 4 years, yes. In 4 years, the world will be unrecognizable. Look at how unrecognizable the world is now compared to what it was in 2019. The world is unrecognizable. It still feels like 2020. Nothing has changed about COVID. Nothing has happened since lockdown. From 80s to now is huge, yeah. But look at what happened from 2019 to 2020. Overnight, the world completely changed overnight. Yeah, growing up, I didn't have internet. I didn't have video games. I didn't have TV growing up. It existed, but we weren't allowed to have it. Yeah, isolated became normal. Social media was becoming more normal, but I remember a time where it was weird to online date, and now it's the only way to do it. Yep, scares the hell out of me what my grandkids' world is going to be in 10 years from now. Yeah, 10 years from now. You think the next 4 years is going to be crazy? Wait till 10 years. And that's why everyone's speculating like all these things are going to happen. Yeah, no human compassion. By the way, I'm working on a new meme right now. I'm waiting for the AI to generate it right now, but you guys are going to like it. It's still weird to online date. I know online dating is awful. It's awful, and I'm so glad I'll never have to do it again because I'm done. I will never, ever, ever do that again. I would rather live in a pod and eat the bugs than freaking online date. COVID made people ignorant, mad, miserable, entitled, and bifurcated. COVID made people bifurcated. If you don't know what that means, it split us with identity politics. Yep, I work in healthcare here. It's awful. This new generation blows my mind, right? Is it not crazy? The world is changing rapidly. And that's why we know that XRP, all this crypto space, we are turned on to it because we're in crypto. We are awake to it. We are awake to it because we're in crypto. And that's why I'm using crypto as my space to find my people. Trump is giving bonuses to people who have babies. That's all. None of that is official. That's speculation. But yeah, I've heard of that. It is scary. And let me tell you something. One day the AI will produce, just like Bender when he reproduced and continued to create everything, you know, and replicate itself. One day the AI will give us the technology, and it says that within 2 years, basically within 2 to 3 years, we will have AI powerful enough to where we can tell it to build a machine to accomplish a certain task. And it will build that machine to accomplish that task. Okay? And basically, it will be able to tell itself what machines to build, and it will build machines that will accomplish things, and eventually it will build machines that will create what it wants to do. And those machines will then replicate whatever it needs. And I think what will happen is later on down the road, we'll become symbiotic with the machines, because machines wear down and break down, whereas we are We have a brain that is more functioning than an AI at this point, and we only use 1% of it. Imagine if AI could unlock the brain power of a human being and be able to function like the Borg, plugged in like the Borg, and work in unison to accomplish whatever task that it wants with a body that is self-healing. One day, everyone will be plugged into the Matrix, plugged into the AI, and we will just not have the free will. But we haven't released a cure for cancer yet. There is a cure for cancer. We have a cure for it, and people talk about it on... There's so many different things that cure cancer. One of them is 9.5 pH water. If you change the pH of your body, then cancer cannot grow. Do you think that they're going to put that out there? That's really all it boils down to, the water we drink. What's the XRP prognosis? This little bitty dot right here. 147, baby. I think we're going to that. Yeah, let's give XRP a look. Let's see. What we're kind of doing is we're waiting for some more data to find out, because we just don't have enough candles. But I figure by the time the end of the show comes, we should have enough data to make a prediction. Looks like it's dancing along the line. It still could be a head and shoulders and come down. It's touching the line, you know, it wants to. But if it continues over the next couple hours while we're doing the show, the ghost boo, yeah, I changed it up. I still have the boo right here to remind y'all where we're at. Because I do think we could possibly be, only because, you know, generally May, June, and the first part of July are the bottom before the next push up. So, you know, they say sell in May, go away. So we could still be forming a bit of a head and shoulders here, which also emulates the inverted head and shoulders, I believe. Okay. Okay. This right here. See how we pump up, we consolidated, we pump up, and it wanted to head and shoulders right here. And it broke structure. This right here, this right here is emulating this right here. So I think it's a possibility we could run sideways for a little bit before we push up. But I don't... Okay, on the 1 hour, it kind of looks like it wants to come back up again. This is... That's likely. And that would put us at tomorrow at 8 a.m. Lines up. So what I say, 3 a.m. it starts pumping. So 3 a.m. would be when it starts pumping. Boom. That lines up with that 3 a.m. pump. So I think it's going to pump. I think we're going to hit this mark up here. I really do, because this inverted head and shoulders, we've only gotten a shoulder, a head, and another shoulder. We haven't formed that body yet. We need to make the body. But as you can see, the body is never straight. It's never one candle all the way up. It's jagged. We've been pumping on Sundays, haven't we, huh? That would put us at a Saturday or Sunday. Maybe Friday. Maybe Friday. Maybe Saturday. Maybe Sunday. We've been pumping on Sundays too, though. But as you can see, we have a new ghost. And look at, see his arms? His arms say we're going up. I had to change it because we were going down. So I needed a ghost to emulate what we're doing. Isn't it fun? Yeah, it looks like it's going to have, I mean, the timelines match up with everything. The lines match up with everything. It would be just a nice bull push, just enough to FOMO a bunch of people in before it. Or it's ready to break out, and it'll break out, and we'll come up here to 270, 280, which is the top of his little hand here. If we break above 280 by May 14th, and we're above $3 by middle of May, and basically May and June aren't dump months, they're pump months, I would expect to see $5 to $7. And if it does, then what? Once it completes the body, then sideways consolidation for a bit. I think what it would do is, if, let's say it comes up here, it hits this, it'll probably dip down and then drop. Just like how these, it'll emulate this right here. It'll pump up, it'll kind of run along the top here, and eventually get lower and lower, lose steam, and then drop down. It'll look something like this. It'll pump up, it'll lose some steam, and it'll drop down. Or it'll pump up and it'll lose some steam, and it'll go a little more sideways down. But, you know, I'll draw it for you. Come up here. Something like that. Right there at 245. Or excuse me, 145. That sounds about right. Zoom in. My bad. My bad. Something like that. That's what it'll probably look like. It'll come up here. It'll do this. It'll tap it again a little lower, and it'll lose its steam. Everyone's going to go, oh no. And then it'll, right here at this line here, it'll, oh, we're going to retrace back up. No, it's not going to do it, and fall back down. Just like that. Just how it bumps up here, it'll, and then we'd be down in that 140 zone. And I believe that that would be a complete fulfillment of the diamond top. I think that if that happens, that would be complete fulfillment of the diamond top. And we would be out of this bear structure, which would mean we would either pump here and continue upward, because this would be 1, 2, 3, 4. No, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When do you think that might be the drop? Guesstimating beginning of May, end of the month. The 30th, baby, is when it will start. Unless we get like crazy bullish news. So there's a bunch of news things that are coming out. Hold on, I was going to pull these up, and honestly, I was just feeling really sick, and I was going to leave this out of the show and just cover it another day, because it's not quite vetted yet, but I believe it to be true. Bear with me just a moment. Maybe this is it. Nope. I lost it. So there's a bunch of things. I'd rather bull with you. That's funny. There's a bunch of things coming up. People are basically, they're expecting that the feds are going to drop interest rates is the main thing. I don't see it. I don't see the feds dropping interest rates till maybe July, if not at all. So everyone's speculating that feds are going to drop interest rates, and spot ETFs are going to get approved, and there's a whole list of things. Oh, you know what? I think it was on TikTok. Yeah, they're delusional. If they think that they're about to drop interest rates, they've lost the plot. I think it's on TikTok. Now I remember where it's at. I'm going to put it in reposts. Nope, I didn't do it. So it's lost. It's lost. Oh well. But there's a list of stuff. I figured I would vet it, because I wasn't going to go off of somebody's TikTok post as something true. I wanted to see actual news. That's not before you enter into nuclear war. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a nuclear war, guys. It's going to be a war in the minds of everyday people like you and me. It's going to be a war on TikTok. In TikTok. There's one guy that said it. I'll find it. Yeah. There's one guy that's got a list of stuff that's coming up on for XRP and crypto in the next couple months that are supposed to be bullish news, but I think that it's kind of a stretch to say that it's going to be good news. I think we're getting the good news pumps right now, and we're probably in for some more bad news. They tend to feed us with a bunch of good news that is short-lived, that's just enough to give us a little bit, and then it's not enough, and then we get the bad news. So I feel like every time we get good news, I'm like, all right, what's the bad news? What's the bad news coming now? Because they always give good news right before they give bad news. And I can prove that. Oh, this cookie is so good. You guys want proof? Here's your proof. Here's your proof right here. The Trump candles. Trump announces the strategic reserve. Tariffs go into place the next day. Brad Garlinghouse announces the end of the Ripple case, which wasn't even true. And then the feds release that they're not dropping interest rates. Always right before something bad's going to happen, they say something good is happening just to keep the prices up. Yeah, that sounds like the right guy. I'm not going to play someone else's TikTok on here, though. But I'll look it up. I'll get it in one of the other shows. We have time. I always like to vet information before I put it out there for you guys. So that way I'm not getting something from someone on TikTok. The only time that I did that, though, was for the rumor that they were going to be shutting down TikTok on Easter, because it was like, holy crap, how am I going to reach everybody? I don't have the time. And I think that's what they were going for. It was obviously fake news. However, it was worth sounding the alarm for, because we want to make sure that people know where to find us. And that's why you guys are here now on Twitch. And we have to move off of that platform because of that uncertainty. At any time, TikTok could be gone. At any time, TikTok could be gone. And so we have to have a place to retreat to. So that's why we have this platform now. And that's why I've started cutting the live shorter on TikTok, because I'm trying to give people, because when I go live the whole time on TikTok, they just stay on TikTok. And it's like, if you want to be a part of this, you have to get over here and do this, because this is what we're doing. All right. What time is it? Okay, we have a little bit of time. I want to leave. I'm gonna skip this. Well, I'll just read the headlines, but this is pretty much vetted. So, businesses are already trying to pass tariff costs on to customers, Fed report says. Okay. Does this mean that they'll drop interest rates? No, because the Fed already said that they're not dropping interest rates unless there's an unemployment crisis. That's what he said. That's what it's probably going to be. And there is no unemployment crisis. Even with all of the Doge government cuts and people that quit their jobs with the government, there's no unemployment crisis. They actually produced more jobs than they thought. So I don't see them dropping interest rates anytime soon. Question. Do you guys want to hear this? U.S. Secretary Treasury Scott Bessent. This is pretty important. I'll skip through the nonsense, but we need to listen to what he has to say. So let's give it a listen here.
Good, thank you. Excuse me. Good, and thank you for that kind introduction. It's an honor to be here. In the final months of World War II, Western leaders convened the greatest economic minds of their generation. Their task, to build a new financial system. At a quiet resort high up in the mountains of New Hampshire, they laid the foundation for Pax Americana. The architects of Bretton Woods recognized that a global economy required global coordination. To encourage that coordination, they created the IMF and the World Bank. These twin institutions were born after a period of intense geopolitical and economic volatility. The purpose of the IMF and the World Bank was to better align national interest with international order, thereby bringing stability to an unstable world.
So we have to cut this every couple minutes and comment on it. Otherwise, it's not fair use. So they're talking about restructuring the financial system. The reason I don't zoom in is because I want to be able to post these on I want to be able to post it on Twitch or on YouTube still, and this is a YouTube video. So my hands are kind of tied. So we're watching the charts and we're listening at the same time, but we're mainly listening. It's just a dude in a suit next to the American flag speaking. There's nothing really to watch. What we want to watch is the chart. Obviously, we could not watch it at all and it still be just as relevant. But he spoke today, Secretary of Treasury. So we have to do commentation. Okay, dude in a suit, goat on Twitch. Got it. Exactly. Exactly. Here we go.
In short, their purpose was to restore and preserve balance. This remains the purpose of the Bretton Woods institutions. Yet everywhere we look across the international system today, we see imbalance. The good news, it doesn't have to be this way. My goal this morning is to outline a blueprint to restore equilibrium to the global financial system and the institutions designed to uphold it. I have spent the bulk of my career from the outside looking in on financial policy circles. Now I am on the inside looking out. I am eager to work with each of you to restore order to the international system. To achieve this, however, we must first reconstruct the IMF and World Bank reconnect the IMF and the World Bank with their founding mission.
Reconnect or reconstruct? He said reconstruct and then took it back and said reconnect. What do you think? I think he said what he really meant and was like, oops, I wasn't supposed to say that. I think they're actually reconstructing the financial system. Do you really think that that was an accident? I do. I think it was an accident. And I think he said it because his mind was saying something else and he subconsciously said the truth. He subconsciously, unknowingly said the truth and then took it back quickly. And, you know, that is part of how they lie without lying, because they operate in a system where they're not allowed to lie to you. They have to tell you openly what they're doing, and they do it without doing it. And that's just what he did right there. And being in where I've been at and being a part of this and seeing this firsthand, and that's exactly how they do it. Whether it was unintentional or intentional, that's exactly how it's done. It's all about wording, exactly. And it's all on a teleprompter. It's all on a teleprompter. He's reading. There's a little screen right here. You see it? It's clear. I used to set these things up and program them and do all of them. This was all part of my job. I would put on this little microphone here. I would put on this I would power the lectern mic. I'd do the lavalier mics. I'd work the teleprompter here. I'd set up the flag and this little background, put the little podium here. That's all me. The lectern, that's all me, baby. I used to do all this stuff. I know that these things are scripted. I know that how this stuff works. And let me tell you right now, I don't think that that was unintentional. I think it was scripted. It was scripted to be and seem unintentional. At least in my experience, that's what I've seen. It's all Hollywood. It's all scripted. They know exactly what they're doing. It's rehearsed and practiced. All right, let's watch some more. Oh, there's a reason why I was never in control of setting stuff like that up. I would have made them say stuff. Oh, I know, right? I know. I would have totally too. Like Bruce Almighty. I like a do da cha-cha. Yeah, that would be me too. But no, I had a good career. I should have done something my last day. I didn't know my last day was going to be my last day. I did kind of go out with a bang. My last day, I did a corporate event thing. And basically after work, I just went to the pool and had drinks and hung out in the jacuzzi. Because it was at the Lowe's Resort on Coronado Island. So I was like, you know what? I'm here. And I figured it was probably going to be my last day ever at work. I was like, I'm hitting the pool. I brought a bathing suit just in case, because I'm like, oh, I'm going to San Diego, maybe we'll go to the beach. Because I was down there for like a whole week. And yeah, I got to kick it at the pool. Had some margaritas and had a good time just hanging out by the pool. And it was funny because after I got off work, I'm like sitting at the poolside and like some of the people that I work with, they're still working because the event's still going on. And I'm just like chilling in the pool and they're like, what the hell? All right, let's get back to it.
The IMF and World Bank have enduring value, but mission creep has knocked these institutions off course. We must enact key reforms to ensure the Bretton Woods institutions are serving their stakeholders, not the other way around. Bringing balance back to global finance will require clear-eyed leadership from the IMF and World Bank.
Global
this
finance.
Morning, I will explain how they can provide that leadership to build safer, stronger, and more prosperous economies all around the world. I wish to invite my international counterparts to join us in working toward these goals. On this point, I wish to be clear. America first does not mean America alone. To the contrary, it is a call for deeper collaboration and mutual respect among trade partners. Far from stepping back, America First seeks to expand U.S. leadership in international institutions like the IMF and the World Bank. By embracing a stronger leadership role, America First seeks to restore fairness to the international economic system. Nowhere is the imbalance I mentioned earlier more obvious than in the world of trade. That's why the United States is taking action now to rebalance global commerce. For decades, successive administrations relied on faulty assumptions that our trading partners would implement policies that would drive a balanced global economy. Instead,
and it is unbalanced,
we face
guys.
the stark reality
It's very unbalanced.
of large and persistent U.S. deficits.
China
as
has
a
all the
result
control.
of an unfair trading system. Intentional policy choices by other countries have hollowed out America's manufacturing sector and undermined our critical supply chains, putting our national and economic
that video guy is
security
shaking the
at
camera.
risk.
He is so fired.
President Trump has taken strong actions to address these imbalances and the negative impacts they have on Americans. This status quo of large and persistent imbalances is not sustainable. It is not sustainable for the United States, and ultimately, it is not sustainable for other economies. Now, I know sustainability.
That's what they were
is a
saying,
popular
that
term
it is
around here, but I'm
unsustainable
not talking about
for
climate change or carbon
this
footprints.
trade war with
I'm talking
China
about
to
economic and financial
continue.
stability.
And that's why
kind
the
of
market's pumped.
Sustainability that raises standards of living.
This is why the
and
market's
keeps markets
pumped, because of
afloat.
what he said right now.
International financial institutions must be singularly focused on upholding this kind of sustainability if they are to succeed in their missions. In response to President Trump's tariff announcements, more than 100 countries have approached us, wanting to help rebalance global trade. These countries have responded openly and positively to the President's actions to create a more balanced international system. We are engaged in meaningful discussions and look forward to talking with others. China, in particular, is in need of a rebalancing. Recent data shows the Chinese economy tilting even further away from consumption toward manufacturing. China's economic system, with growth driven by manufacturing exports, will continue to create even more serious imbalances with its trading partners if the status quo is allowed to
It's
continue.
agreed with that. I agree with that 100%.
Oh,
we're dropping below the line. We're dropping below the line.
It's an unsustainable model that is
Do you
not
see
only
it?
harming China, but the entire world.
Is it going to wick, or are we
China
going to
needs
keep
to
going?
change. The country knows it needs to change. Everyone knows it needs to change, and we want to help it change.
Keep dropping.
Because we need rebalancing too. China can start by moving its economy away from export overcapacity and towards supporting its own consumers and domestic demand. Such a shift would help with global rebalancing that the world desperately needs. Of course, trade is not the only factor in broader global economic
China's
imbalances.
playing a long game. They do not care. They have been working towards becoming the world superpower. They want to outdo the United States. And you know why they're winning? Because they don't have checks and balances like our country has. They don't have to change hands of power every 4 years. They have the upper hand.
These practices contribute to global dependence on U.S. demand to spur growth. They also lead to a global economy that is weaker and more vulnerable than it should be. In Europe, former ECB President Mario Draghi has identified several sources of stagnation, and he has outlined several recommendations to get the European economy back on the right track. European countries would do well to take his recommendations to heart. Europe has already taken some long overdue initial steps that I applaud. These steps create a new source of global demand and also involve Europe stepping up on the security front. I believe global economic relationships should come to reflect security partnerships. Security partners are more likely to have compatible economies structured for mutually beneficial trade. If the United States continues offering security guarantees and open markets, then our allies must step up with stronger commitments to shared defense.
We didn't break the line.
The initial actions from
We still
Europe
could,
on increased fiscal
but it
and
looks like
defense
it's popping back
are
up.
proof that the Trump administration's policies are indeed working. The Trump administration and the U.S. Treasury are committed to maintaining and expanding U.S. economic leadership in the world. This is especially true at the international financial institutions. The IMF and World Bank serve critical roles in the international system, and the Trump administration is eager to work with them so long as they can stay true to their missions. And under the status quo, they are falling short. The Bretton Woods institutions must step back from their sprawling and unfocused agendas, which have stifled their ability to deliver on their core mandates. Going forward, the Trump administration will leverage U.S. leadership and influence at these institutions and push them to accomplish their very important mandates. The United States will also demand that the management and staffs of these institutions be accountable for demonstrating real progress. I invite all of you to join us in working to refocus these institutions on their core missions. It is in our collective interest to do so. The IMF. First, we must make the IMF again. The IMF's mission is to promote international monetary cooperation, facilitate the balanced growth of international trade, encourage economic growth, and discourage harmful policies like competitive exchange rate depreciation. These are crucial.
But this is why we're pumping, because of this speech. People are speculating that the trade war is about to end soon.
Has suffered from mission creep. The IMF was once unwavering in its mission of promoting global monetary cooperation and financial stability. Now it devotes disproportionate time and resources to work on climate change, gender, and social issues. These issues are not the IMF's mission. And the IMF's focus in these areas is crowding out its work on critical macroeconomic issues. The IMF must be a brutal truth teller and not just to some members. Today, the IMF has been whistling past the graveyard. Its 2024 external sector report was entitled Imbalances Receding. This Pollyannish outlook
talking about the city? What do you mean talking about the city?
An institution more dedicated to preserving the status quo than answering the hard questions. Here in the United States,
like the underground city below LA?
We need to get
That's coming
our
up after the
fiscal house
speech.
in order. The last administration ran up the largest peacetime deficit in our nation's history. The current administration is committed to fixing this. We are open to critique, but we will not abide the IMF failing to critique the countries that most need it, principally surplus countries. In line with its core mandate, the IMF needs to call out countries like China that have pursued globally distorted policies and opaque currency practices for many decades. I also expect the IMF to call out unsustainable lending practices by certain creditor countries. The IMF should push more proactively official bilateral lenders to come to the table early to work with borrower countries to minimize periods of debt distress. The IMF must refocus its lending on addressing balance of payment problems, and its lending should be temporary. When done responsibly, IMF lending is at the very core of its contribution to the global economy.
You know, lending is a big problem with inflation right now. So basically right now, where the way things work is when a bank has money, they can lend out 90% of what they have in holdings. So if they have $100, they can lend out $90. And I'm using lower numbers just so it's easier to do the math. But for every $100 that they have in the bank, they can lend out $90. Okay. And what happens is they lend out that money, and then somebody takes that money, that loan out of the bank, and goes and buys something from somebody else. And then when they purchase whatever they purchase from someone else, then that person takes and puts that money back into the bank. Now the bank has $190. Okay, then now they can lend 90% of $190, and so on and so forth. And it just keeps going and going and going and going. And that accounts for 3/4 of the inflation that we have. That is the biggest problem with inflation, is the way that banks are allowed to lend money. So keep that in mind.
IMF steps in and makes resources available. In exchange, countries implement economic reforms to resolve their balance of payments issues and support economic growth. The reforms undertaken during these programs are some of the IMF's most important contributions to a strong, sustainable, and balanced global economy. Argentina is a fitting example. I was in Argentina earlier this month to demonstrate the United States' support for the IMF efforts to help the country reset financially. Argentina deserves the IMF support because the country is making real progress toward meeting financial benchmarks, but not every country is so deserving. The IMF must hold countries accountable for implementing economic reforms, and sometimes the IMF needs to say no. The organization has no obligation to lend to countries that fail to implement reforms. Economic stability and growth should be the markers of the IMF's success.
So now they're using lending as leverage to make countries cooperate.
World Bank.
That
Like
is
the IMF,
interesting.
The World Bank
That's very
must
interesting.
be made fit for
That
purpose
and tariffs.
again.
That's actually,
The World
I don't
Bank
understand why we're
group
bullish. That
helps
is
developing countries
also
grow
another
their
issue
economies,
like
reduce
tariffs.
poverty,
It's like a
increase private
financial
investment,
tariff.
support private sector job creation, and reduce dependence on foreign aid. It offers transparent and affordable
What's up, TikTok
long-term
seller? I know
financing
you be
for
off selling
countries
cameras,
to
bro.
invest
I get
in
it.
their own development
You got to sell them
priorities.
backup cameras,
The
bro.
bank,
your
along with
thing,
the
man.
fund, provides
I won't hold it
extensive
against you.
technical support to
just
promote
messing with
debt
you, man.
sustainability among low-income countries, which empowers those countries to stand up to coercive and opaque lending terms from other creditors. These core functions of the World
goat
Bank
knows all.
complement the Trump administration's efforts to foster safer, stronger, and more prosperous economies in the United States and the world. But the bank, like the IMF, has strayed in certain respects from its initial mission. The bank should no longer expect blank checks for vapid, buzzword-centric marketing accompanied by half-hearted commitments to reform. As the bank returns to its core mission, it must use its resources as efficiently and effectively as possible, and it must do so in ways that demonstrate tangible values for all member countries. The bank can use its resources more efficiently now by focusing on increasing energy access. Business leaders the world over identify unreliable power supply as one of the primary impediments to investment. The World Bank and African Development Bank's joint Mission 300 initiative to expand energy access to 300 million more people in Africa is a welcome effort. But the World Bank must respond to countries' energy priorities and needs and focus on dependable technologies that can sustain economic growth rather than seek to meet distortionary climate finance targets. We applaud the recent
I really hope
announcement
that this is
the
a
World
real
Bank
thing that's
will
going to
seek
happen
remove
and that this
prohibitions
reform
on
could do
support
something
for
positive.
nuclear energy,
It's a great
which could
sentiment.
revolutionize
However,
energy
I'm not
supply
sure
for many emerging
how it's going to
markets.
work, but
We
it
encourage
seems
the bank
like,
to
you
go
know,
further
they're
in
pushing
giving
for
countries access to all
restructuring
technologies
the
that can
entire way the
provide
financial
affordable
system works
baseload
globally.
generation. The
And,
World Bank must
you
be
know, I'm
tech
hoping,
neutral and
I think in the long
prioritize
run it's going to become
affordability
dystopian,
in energy
but maybe in the
investment.
short term it's going to
In
be
most cases,
a way
this
for us
means
to become
investing in gas and
financially
other fossil
free.
fuel-based energy production. In other cases, this may mean investing in renewable energy coupled with systems to help manage the intermittency of wind and solar. The history of humanity teaches a simple lesson. Energy abundance sparks economic abundance. That's why the bank should encourage an all-of-the-above approach to energy development. Such an approach will make World Bank financing more effective, and it will reconnect the bank to its core mission.
Yes,
of
and
economic
in the
growth
Bible, it
and
refers to
poverty
it as the year of
alleviation.
Jubilee, and that's
In
the year that
addition
we're
to
in right now.
increasing energy
The
access,
erasing of
the World
all
Bank can use its
debts.
resources more effectively
So it
by starting
kind of
to
it lines up
apply its graduation
biblically
policy.
and
This would allow the
financially
bank
and with
to
what's
focus
going on. And
lending
if you don't
to
think that these
poorer,
people
less
aren't
creditworthy
in line with
countries.
those things,
This is where
and if you
World
don't
Bank
believe those
support
things,
makes the biggest
there are
difference
people
for
that do, and
poverty
they have
and
power,
growth.
and they will use that
Instead,
power
the
to make
World
those
Bank
things come to
continues
pass.
to lend every year to countries that have met the criteria to graduate from World Bank borrowing. There is no justification for this continued lending. It siphons off resources from higher priorities and crowds out the development of private markets. It also disincentivizes
It sounds like it's going to be harder to take out a loan, is what I'm hearing. And let me tell you what, right now, people are living not only paycheck to paycheck, but they're living from credit card to credit card right now. It is so sickening and sad. If people cannot have access to
criteria. Treating
credit,
China, the second largest
we
country
will
in the
be in a
world,
depression.
as
The
a
only
developing
reason why
country
things are
is
different
absurd.
now from the Great
While it has been at
Depression
the expense of
is
many Western
we have
markets,
access
China's
to
rise
credit.
has been rapid and impressive. If China wants to play a role in the global economy,
Yeah, I heard
with its
about that
actual
prophecy,
importance,
that
then
this
the
pope is the
country
last
needs
pope.
to
They believe the
graduate
prophecy
up.
is that the
We
world
welcome
ends.
that.
Right, and
The
didn't
World
the
Bank should
current pope
also
say that
implement transparent
he opened
procurement
a portal to
policies
hell like right
based
before he
on best
died or
value.
something?
It must help countries move away from procurement approaches that prioritize only the lowest cost bids. Such procurement
Yeah, credit is a
policies
big problem right
reward
now.
distortive
I've never
and
had credit
subsidized
before.
industrial
I've always bought
policies
everything
that
cash.
undermine development.
So I've
They may
never had a
also
problem with
stifle
credit,
the
and that's
private
why
sector
I
and
can live the
incentivize
way that I
corruption
live,
and collusion
because
and result
I
in greater
just buy it when I
long-term
need it.
costs.
CERN, huh?
Procurement policies based on best value are better from both an efficiency and
He
development
woke up screaming,
perspective,
saying he opened
and
a
their
portal to
robust
hell. What the
implementation
fuck? Are
will
you
benefit
serious?
the bank
Is that
and
on
its
camera?
shareholders. Related to this subject,
Or did he like
I wish
report
to
on it or
send a
something?
strong,
I do
I
remember
emphasize
he
strong
opened up
message
that
about
one
procurement policies as regards Ukraine. No
building
one
or something.
who financed or supplied the Russian war
Remember?
machine
And they opened the
will be
doors, and
eligible
there just
for
was
funds
magically
earmarked
cameras
for
inside
Ukraine's
before the Pope was. It
reconstruction.
hadn't been opened in
No
like
one.
1,000 years or something.
To conclude, I
CERN
invite
is a
our
portal. I
allies
believe that.
to work with us
He
as
opened
we
up 7
rebalance the
portals that
international
day.
financial
What the
system,
heck, bro?
refocus the IMF and
I got
World
chills
Bank
right
into
now.
founding
That's
charters.
terrifying.
America First
That is
means
so
we are
terrifying.
doubling down on our engagement
Oh
with
my
the
God,
international
you guys are trying
economic
to freak me
system,
out.
including at
The
the
Pope
IMF
opened
and
a
the
portal
World
to
Bank.
hell.
A more sustainable economic
My
system
fact checker
will be
says that
one
no, they
better
didn't
serves
open
the
up a
interests of
portal
the
to
United
hell.
States and all
I
the
believe
other
it.
participants in the system.
Believe.
We look forward to working with all of you.
The portal
in
to
this
hell
endeavor.
was separate?
Thank
Oh,
you.
it was separate from those? Still. All right. Thank God. That was getting boring. Oh my God. A freaking portal to hell. That is nuts. That is nuts. And that is the perfect segue into the portal to the underworld, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about Subtropolis. We're going to go over facts, truth, and non-truths. In the middle of the night, he woke up screaming. That's crazy. It's like a scary movie. See if you can find it. I wonder if there's a way that you guys can put up videos. That would be awesome. Why does that not exist? Where there's a live where you can enable people to come into the chat and post videos and things like that. Why does that not exist? See, we're creating technology over here, guys. That is nuts. The Pope woke up in the middle of the night in the hospital screaming that he opened a portal to hell. I believe it. What? The fact checker says if it is not on video, it didn't happen. You can do that on Kick app. Right on. Battle of Armageddon, demonic entities come through portals. Yes. The fact checker, so I have a fact checker on site, and I must let you know that if it didn't happen on camera, it didn't happen at all. We are a fact-based show. We tend to not lean towards speculation, but I believe it. I believe it. Now I don't believe it. I think somebody freaking made it up. But it's interesting. It's interesting to hear that, because why would somebody say that? Maybe because there's some prophecy that he's the last pope and that all these things are to come to pass. Who knows? Remember Occam's razor, guys. When there's two scenarios that could be true, it's generally the scenario that is more dull and mundane that tends to be true. That's the good-looking chick on the plane screaming. You talking about the one that said that the guy that wasn't human? Look it up. Happened a month ago. He died. I'm curious to that. The Vatican released it. It can't post it. So the Vatican released that information. Can you look that up, if the Vatican released the information about the Pope waking up and screaming that he opened a portal to hell? It's important. This is financial advice. Yeah, we need this for the show. This is important, okay? This could control the price of XRP. Yes. We're going to fact check this right now, guys. We're going to fact check the Pope stuff. Kodak's on it too. Kodak's going to find out. I don't think she's buying. Yeah, she doesn't buy. Perfect fact checker over here, okay? The voice of reason, okay? The voice of reason, sitting, watching the show, constantly monitoring and making sure that we do not say anything untrue. She's there to reel me in, because I can get on a tangent. I can go on things. Her whole job is to make sure that we are factual and that I don't get off track too crazy. It's actually nice having help. And remember, guys, when you donate to the show, your donations go to help support all these services that we're providing. What do you got for me? His last words were thank you to the people before he passed away. What we're talking about is a month or so before he died. He was in the hospital, woke up from a dead sleep and screamed that he opened a portal to hell. It was released officially from the Vatican. If anyone has a link to that, please send it to me, and I'll have the fact checker go through it. He woke up saying he opened a portal to Heki. I hate autocorrect. Oh. Bro. Okay, it's all speculation. So nothing from the Vatican directly.
No. The allegation and that is Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, actual.
Did you guys catch that, or do you need me to recap it? I don't know if you guys can hear. She's on the other side of the studio. She should talk into the mic. You want to talk into the mic? They want to hear it from the horse's mouth. Here comes the horse. We have the goat and the horse. And the.
Don't make it weird. Okay, so according to news outlets, and unfortunately not actual outlets, just speculation from people on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, that the allegation, quotation marks, is that a month ago when he was in the hospital with pneumonia, he was having nightmares screaming that the demons or the devil is trying to get me. And that's what it stemmed from. I'm assuming the whole portal to hell thing.
Okay. So there's nothing directly from the Vatican. If you guys do find something that states that it is from the Vatican, please send it to me, and I would love to see that. However, it is all just social media speculation as of this point until we can prove otherwise. So we are a fact-based show, guys. Okay. We want to lean into the idea of speculation, but we also want to ground ourselves with factual information. What's up? Listen to everything, believe nothing. Exactly. The great Bill Cooper. That is a quote directly from William H. Cooper. If you don't know who he is, look him up. He wrote a book called Behold a Pale Horse. If you haven't read it, read it, get it on audiobook, listen to it, okay? The man is a freaking genius. He worked for, what was it, MI6 and the NSA, I think, and the CIA. No, I haven't talked about the underground story. We're segueing into it. We're jumping down the rabbit hole as we speak right now. But definitely check out William H. Cooper, Behold a Pale Horse. You can get it on audiobook, and it's actually read on audiobook with his own voice. He reads it to you. It's a long one, but man, if you guys want something to listen to on a long drive, that one will jump you down some rabbit holes. Multiple rabbit holes. And the dude predicted his own death, okay? He predicted that he would be assassinated, shot on his front porch in that book. And that's how he died a few years later. He was assassinated on his front porch. Trippy stuff. Definitely check it out. It's got a lot of that secret society stuff, you know, the things let me tell you, I can personally validate some of the things that he says. Some of them I have no connection to, like his deep stuff with like aliens and the NSA and all that, but I'll tell you what, his stuff with the secret societies, on point. Okay? And if you guys don't know about me, I have been, what's the word? Disbarred, excommunicated from my society. And I'm barred to secrecy about some things, and some things I can tell you. And what I'll do is the things I can't tell you, I will leave you breadcrumbs and you'll have to put the pieces together. But yeah, I was a 33rd degree. So I am no longer affiliated, but that's why I'm here to give you guys information. All right. So Subtropolis, you guys ever heard of it? It's on TikTok. You can go into your TikTok search bar and type in Subtropolis or LA Underground City. And mind you guys, any major city in the United States is going to have one of these. Okay. It's not just LA. It's not just New York, but let me bring some factual clarity. Okay. Did I get kicked out? Yes, I was kicked out. I'm not going to say why, but I have been kicked out and excommunicated. I forget what the actual word they use is. I know it. It's just not. My brain's not braining right now. I'm sick. If it comes to me, I'll say it. It's like disbarred. It's just something. They use a special word. I don't freaking remember what they called it. It only happened to me one time. So, anyway. The underground city, guys, they're calling it Subtropolis. So let's get down to the facts of it first. Okay. Subtropolis is a real place. What's a 33rd degree, or do you have to Google it? 33rd degree Freemason. So if you know anything about the Freemasons, disavowed, dismembered. No, it's not disavowed either. I'll think of it. I think it's disbarred. Disney does have Club 33, yes. And I was also a member of IATSE 33. I was IATSE member of 122, 33, and 504. That's where this comes from. If you notice, my Venmo and Cash App are 122, 33, and 504. Those are my affiliation numbers. To which I am still affiliated with. But I'll tell you what, this show is going to grow over the next 5 years. And in 5 years, 51 Legion, nice. Yeah, that's another one. That's more like a local social club. So 501, what city is that? That's interesting. So 122 is San Diego, 33 is Los Angeles, and 504 is Anaheim. So where was I talking about? We were talking about, okay, Subtropolis, okay? Subtropolis is a real place, okay? It's an underground mall in Kansas City, and I think they have a few others around the wherever, okay? That is not the underground city in LA, okay? Let's get that straight, okay? So Subtropolis is basically an underground mall that they tunneled into the ground, and it's done that way because of tornadoes. Read a bit, but I don't understand it. We'll have to research it because I heard you mention this before. Yes, you should, as you should. And you want to get a real good insight to all of that? Read Behold a Pale Horse by William H. Cooper, and you will know exactly. And let me tell you, if there's any other Masons in here, all I got to tell you is drink it. Drink it. So, anyway, Subtropolis is a real place. It's an underground mall. It is basically underground because of tornadoes, okay? There's loading docks and things tunnels that go underground or into mountains and things, and people post these videos on TikTok of the entrances of it, and they're like the trucks driving into the loading docks, and it looks like this underground tunnel system thing. Okay, that is not even close to what the underground city is like in LA. There are places that resemble those loading dock areas like that. However, those are low ceiling service entrance places. Okay, and they look cool and mysterious and all that. But that is not, it's not what you think. It's just TikTok nonsense. However, there are underground tunnels, railways, roadways, walkways. You ever wonder why you don't see certain celebrities in traffic? Well, you do. Okay. They drive in special unmarked cars. We call them town cars. And basically what they are is we're breaking through here. Are we gonna close red and continue downward? We might go down. Let's keep an eye on this right here. We're getting closer to 9 o'clock. I said probably around like 9-ish by the end of the show, we would kind of have enough data to see what's going to happen. So they do travel, but they're not driving, first of all. They take, special cars and things like that. When I worked, I was not in the Secret Service, but I worked with the Secret Service. I do have a uniform and a badge and all that. However, I would do like the president's motorcade, and portions of the motorcade do travel on the highways and the roadways, but there are sections throughout LA, throughout major cities, where the expulsion, that might be it. That doesn't sound right. It's more, I'll think of the word. It might be expulsion. I'll think of it. I have to Google it right now. What do they call it when you're removed from the Freemasons? It starts with an E. Is it excommunicated? Yeah, it's excommunicated. Barred. That's the word. I've been barred. Barred from, gosh, I couldn't think of it for the life of me. I just needed to hear it. Oh, looks like we're breaking. We got to go just a little bit lower. Yes, this is an interesting story, right? And so worth being on Twitch for it. TikTok is missing out, but I couldn't even tell you these things if we're on TikTok. The suppression would be so much. There's no way that I would be able to even get this out. So we have full viewership in here by being on Twitch, and this is the perfect space for it. So those of you who are on Twitch are going to get story time until we start the new show, where I just have a show dedicated to this stuff. But yeah, so the rich, powerful, most prominent people, celebrities in the world, I have rubbed elbows with these people. I have eaten meals with them. We have hung out, and I've smoked weed with people. So yeah. And we broke out almost at 9 o'clock, just right before. Will we pop back up in? That's the question, but we're definitely starting to break below. And that looks like it lines up right nicely in with the Head and Shoulders. So there is an underground city, however, not just tunnels. Okay. Yes, there are tunnels for travel. There are even walkways. And we have golf carts and coachmans that we drive around down in there. We also do walk on foot. A lot of times, it's a couple city blocks from one place to another, but a lot of places are connected. Like, take for instance, Crypto Arena and the Peacock Theater are connected underground. Now, above ground, there are two different buildings, but below the plaza is a massive underground parking structure. Okay. And there is also two massive underground parking structures behind Crypto Arena and Peacock Theater. However, between the two parking structures on either side, in the middle between the two venues, is a massive underground. There's a tunnel system. There's also just an open area, and the venue itself goes down deep into the ground. Even the orchestra pit in these venues, such as like the Dolby Theater, and they go deep underneath And that's just like the first layer. And they go down even further. And there's just layers upon layers on the way down. Have I ever been to the bottom? I don't know. I don't know if I've been to the bottom. But there are different layers to it. And those two venues in particular are connected. Same as like, YouTube Theater and SoFi Stadium. Those are connected underground. Those ones are actually really close together. So they're really basically the same underground system connection there. And there's a connection there between that venue and the Forum there. And I would imagine that the new Intuit Stadium, which I haven't worked at because I retired before we got that contract and it was built. But I was actually going to be the head audio engineer at the new Intuit Stadium, but I decided to retire. But that is more than likely connected as well. We broke 215. Yeah, I think the next stop is gonna be. We'll check 217 to. Here, let's use the metrics. I'd say like 215, 214, maybe 213. Actually, let's adjust this. That's not accurate. Probably like 214, 215. That's probably where we would go. How long have they had these tunnels? Oh, they've been around since long before I was there. I worked there for 17 years and all those places existed. Now, if there's between Intuit Stadium and SoFi, which I guarantee there is, because all that was under construction while I was working there at SoFi Stadium. And you could see the excavation going on and the dirt being pulled out. So I'm willing to guarantee those are connected as well. But the Forum's been there forever, dude. I would imagine, that once SoFi was built, what was that, like 6 years ago or something? That's when they put in the connection between the Forum and there. And I'm sure there's more connection from the Forum and SoFi directly to LAX. Actually, I mean, I know that to be the case because when the president flies in, the whole motorcade's like down there and stuff. So I actually have a video of me at SoFi when Air Force One was flying in with Joe Biden. I'm going to have to look that one up. Actually, I think it's on my TikTok. I think there's a video and you can't really tell. It's just a plane like flying and then landing. And you'll know it because the song is Air Force One. Who sings that? Nelly? Air Force One? Yeah. So that's the song. It's used for the public? No. Not for the public. This is for VIPs, specialty. I'm only allowed down in there when I have special clearance. So even when I drive into work, I have to go in through traffic just like everybody else, get my clearance. And then once I have clearance, oh yeah, I'm already down there and I'm traveling through LA and I'm popping up at different places from underground at these different elevators that lead up to the surface. And I'll be at one place, I'm down underground and I'll pop up and be at a different place and walk a couple blocks over and grab some Mediterranean food and come back for lunch or whatever. So yeah, there are these places all over LA where there's these elevators that lead to places, and they're private key card type elevators. How do you get down there? You have to have clearance, first of all. So you have to have credentials. And I don't know if you've ever seen the live. I've shown some of my credentials before. Maybe one of these days I'll do show and tell when I have the camera working. But you have to have credentials, and then you have to have like a key card. Usually the credentials have like an RFID in it, or they have like a barcode scanner or QR code or something like that that's used to access those certain things. And they only give you certain access to certain places. However, with what I do, I have full access to everywhere because I'm running cables through places and different things, and managing crews of hundreds of guys, moving boxes and equipment and things. So I usually have full all access to anywhere I want to go. Trump has to show credentials. Exactly. Everybody has to show credentials. So, and I mean, it's deep, guys. You have to give them your date of birth, your social security number, you have to fill out paperwork. You have to give, fingerprints and ID and all that stuff. It's very, checked. When I first started, it wasn't like that. It was like a password. Okay. When I first started, like 15 years ago, it was not as high tech. Actually, it was 17 years ago. It was not as high tech as it is now. And you basically had to know the password. They'd give you a password to say when you got the call or the show, and they'd give you the password, and then you'd say it at the door. And then they moved up to like having a list. So they started having a list where your name had to be on the list. Now they have the list and the paperwork and the credentials and everything. It is bumped way up. Is there anything down there, or is it just tunnels? That's a great question. Okay, some places are tunnels. There's a video of me on TikTok, and you'll know which one it is. It's just me like kind of walking around from corridor to corridor, and it says "Lost in the Labyrinth." That's a video from inside the tunnels. So go check out that video, the Lost in the Labyrinth video. And that's me. Basically, I was at a new venue I'd never been to before, and I got turned around and lost. And usually everything is square, and it's easy to find your way through. This place was like over 100 years old, and the tunnels that go through there are like catacombs, man. And it was crazy. I got lost down there. I was lost for about an hour. So definitely check out that video. So yeah, some of them are like catacombs from this place to that place. And I got another story. Don't let me forget to tell you about the catacombs on Coronado Island, okay? Before the show is over. But let me finish with LA. So LA, they have a Starbucks down there. You don't have to pay to use it. They have food. Everything is either catered or it's free to get. Some places are built in like Starbucks. Some places are what we call a pop-up, where they like set up a kitchen, and so they're like private vendors that come in that are paid for certain shows. It just depends. Is that video on your TikTok? Yes, it is. So that video is from the Coronado Island Labyrinth, and there's a great story to go along with that one. If we don't get to it today, I'll do it on Friday's show. Is tomorrow Friday? Tomorrow, so I'll do it on Friday's show if I don't get to it tonight. But yeah, there's all kinds of stuff down there, and there's even places that are, I wouldn't say it's like a mall, but like a mall. I would liken it to Caesar's Palace. Is what it's like. There are, designer outlet places, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, all that, Versace, places like that where they have things. They're more minimal with what they offer, but the things that they offer are their highest end exclusive type items, things you can't get anywhere on the surface. They're like celebrity only type things. If you ever wonder sometimes like where celebrities sometimes get their things that you can't have access to, this is one of the places where they get it. Gene Decode? No, I don't. But yeah, that's one of the places. They have a fake sky, guys. They have a fake sky. It's like Caesar's Palace if you've ever been to Las Vegas. And if you haven't, Google it. Take a look at Caesar's Palace Mall. And it's very much like that. So you can teleport somewhere and magically have a Louis Vuitton bag in your hand. Basically, kind of, yeah, but not. You're not teleporting, but you are teleporting. You're going through a portal into another world and popping out in another area of the world. So I guess you could say that. And mind you, because of traffic, you are changing space and time. So yes, you could pop up into somewhere else that you couldn't be, because how would you get there because of traffic? But yeah, I guess that's modern day teleporting. I used to do it all the time. Traffic's crazy, and some people, they'll go on through the surface and they'll take like one of those little scooters. Me, why would I take a scooter if I have my own coachman, little electric cart, that's provided to me by production? So I'd take my, production cart and I'll cruise over to some other, area off to where it's near underneath a parking garage, and I'll hop in the elevator and ride the service elevator up, and then come up into the parking lot, and then go from that elevator into the main elevator and take that main elevator up to the surface, and then walk over a block or two to my favorite Mediterranean place or pizza place, Yeah, don't scooter, definitely go underground. Sounds way more fun. Yeah, underground was way more fun. There's no traffic. You're not dealing with homeless people pissing on the side of the road and crazy bitches with no teeth trying to ask you for money. How deep are they, at least? The deepest you've been? Oh, man. I mean, buildings deep. Buildings. Levels on levels deep. Yeah, they go down, bro. Some of the areas have lower ceilings, like the catacomb type places, and the tunnels are low ceiling, small, confined, like if you pass somebody in the hallway, you're going to bump shoulders kind of thing. And some places are open and vast, and like there's literally a park down there. There's a park. It has fake grass. It has trees, real trees that are growing. A fake sky, a little shopping center with all the little, Louis Vuitton and stuff, park bench, koi pond. It's like a little thing going on down there. Look at that freaking Head and Shoulders played out. Exactly. I'm telling you, the goat sees all. The goat can see the future. Stupid question. Could you take like your dog in them? Yes. So there are bomb sniffing dogs that are down there all the time. Celebrities and prominent individuals bring their dogs. Could I bring my dog? No. I'm on the job. I'm working. But if I'm talent, of course. Yes, they have their dogs. They have, it's, you know, but it's not what you think. Celebrities don't go to those places to hang out. It's not a place for them where they feel like, oh, this is so cool. It's like a, I have to be here. At least I have some of the things that I want out of life here for me. That kind of shit. They look at it so differently. Even me, like when you first go down there, it's like, whoa, so cool. And then over the years, you just get desensitized to it. You're like, everything's the same. Nothing's ever changed. You know, it's always the same. The people that work there, they've worked there their whole lives. They're vetted, they're brought in, and that's all they'll ever do. And because they don't, you know how Starbucks turns people all the time? That's not how this goes. These people are making way more money than you would ever imagine. They're making probably at least $100 an hour making Starbucks. Like, it's not what you think. You know, me, like, I would make, you know, doing a show, production, sometimes I'd take home $8,000 a week after taxes. So it really just depends, but they keep their people that work down there. Once you're brought into that world, it's really hard to get out of it. One, because there's no other place in the world where you can make that kind of money. Yeah, Hotel California, exactly. Exactly. That is Hotel California. Wow, I never understood the meaning of Hotel California, and now I do. That's exactly what it is. Oh, not only in America, bro. This is everywhere in the world. And I mean, I've been in the ones in like Seattle. I've been in the ones in Vegas. I've been in the ones in Anaheim and San Diego. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, they have that kind of money all over the world. Dubai, bro. I imagine Dubai has something way more spectacular and complex than we ever will have over here. You know, my dream with my job was one day to move to Dubai and do what I did in LA in Dubai. That was the ultimate goal. Never ended up changing plans, you know, had kids and things change and, you know, your goals change. But yeah, and then there's another side. So that's the bright, beautiful, glamorous side of the underground city. And then there's the Skid Row side, okay? There are access tunnels, manholes, and things that are connected to all of that for, you know, service entrance and certain things like that. Electrical, plumbing, piping, things like that. Air filtration, ducting. And the homeless in Skid Row will find manhole entrances. They'll find places where there was an access that's been backfilled, and they'll dig it out and find their way into certain areas. And in that area, and I because I use all that service area, because I'm running cables, I'm doing certain things, because they have events down there too. You know, they have certain things, you know, that they do. More or less they're like VIP party stuff, and they have some of those that are above ground too and up on the rooftops and stuff. But they do have underground things too. So like we'll come in and we'll set up audio and electrical and everything. So like you have to run power for these things are giant. Okay. So first of all, the power for these things are ran by like giant generators that are on trailers that run 440 volts, and they'll run like 4 or 5 of those. And you have to run 4/0 cable all the way down, you know, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet down into these areas and stuff. So you go into like these service areas, and that's where you run into the skid row weirdo nonsense. You'll run into somebody down there sometimes, and when the president comes through, they sweep all that stuff, and that's why they have like the dogs and stuff that sniff things out and stuff, because the skid row people, they do find their way down there. And so when you find one of those crazy crackheads that are telling you the stories about the underground cities and stuff, they're telling you the truth. They more than likely seen it. I've seen them down there. And you know, they're brushed off as they're crazy or whatever, but it's real. It's real stuff. And I mean, these access points to it, they live in them. Every once in a while, they'll come through and they'll clean it out. Like when the president comes through. But other than that, like they're in there. You'll run into them all the time. And, you know, that's part of why there's always 4 guys to do one guy's job. It's a safety thing, not only for when you're working, you know, getting hurt, but you're having more hands. But there's always 4 guys to do one guy's job. Always. So I'm always the guy eating the cheeseburger, leaning over the guy that's working, saying, "You're doing a really good job, bro." That was me. So, yes, there are the mole people. And in Vegas, you know, you can look up the videos about the mole people in Vegas. They're there too. Those are more or less the drainage tunnels and things. But those tunnels are anywhere there's a major city, guys. Those cities are built on top of giant underground structures. A lot of those buildings go down into underground, and you may see the underground parking part of it, but there's more to it. Like there's down there. You just have to have access to it. So these are a real thing. I've seen them. I've been in them. And it's cool. You know, it's cool. It's fun to talk about, you know. But I wanted to kind of set it straight that Subtropolis on TikTok, that is not the underground city in LA. Okay, Subtropolis is in Kansas City. It's an underground mall because of tornadoes. Okay, if you see a Subtropolis, it has nothing to do with any of that. But it should open up your mind to just how easy it is for them to build things underground. They've been doing it for thousands of years, okay, with who knows what kind of tools they were using back then, but it's a real thing, and I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. It is, some of it's really incredible, some of it's really whatever, but it is cool. I have been there, I have seen it, but I'll tell you one of these areas. So, Coronado Island, right? It's an island, right? Water, right? Sea level. Okay? Put your head around that, okay? There are catacombs underneath Coronado Island. There are caves under there. And I did not know this until I stumbled across it by accident. And, you know, I was going to go down there. It was my last day. I was at the Lowe's resort, but I was going to go over to the other side of the island to where they have Hotel del Coronado. By the way, if you don't know what Hotel del Coronado is, I do have a TikTok video that you can go onto my profile. And I did some photography and things at Hotel del Coronado. Check out that video as well. But what's crazy to me is, so I'm at the venue, Hotel del Coronado, right? And I'm working with PSAV, if you know who that is, with Encore. And the base of operations and the supply room and office and everything is down in this catacombs area. And that's where the video comes from, where I got lost trying to find the office. Because, you know, I'm from LA. I work in LA all the time. I know my way around LA, no problem. But sometimes I go to San Diego. I like going to San Diego because of the environment. It's more fun. It's being by the beach. It's a bit of a pay cut, but I do it for the atmosphere. It's more of a beach vibe. Everyone in LA is a dick. But in San Diego, everyone's like chill and cool, bruh, you know? So I like to go to LA or San Diego as often as I can. I used to live down in San Diego for a while, actually. That's what you thought of LA. Yeah, everyone in LA is a dick. They're all assholes. If you've ever heard of Guttermouth, you're an asshole. That's everyone in LA. What? All right. Gotta wrap up the show. Manager's telling me it's time to end the show. So anyway, I'll wrap up this story quickly. Or should I save it for the next show? Maybe I should save it for Friday. Is it still bullish? No. This is an upward channel, which usually comes by another drop. So I think we could still see it come down more. But look at it, played out that head and shoulders perfectly, didn't it? Yeah, I'm going to save it so that we can go over the chart just real quick. Great story as per usual. I know, right? I'm telling you, this is going to be a great show. This show has potential. So our little U-shape did not play out. However, we could spike up hard, and this could continue. It's still possible. But in the micro, we have this head and shoulders here. And I could see it going as low as 217 or even 213. I would say keep an eye on it. It looks like it's going to come back down again, but more than likely it's going to... Let's get some more candles. Let's look at the 5-minute. Yeah, so this channel should break down again, but it could double bottom and then move right back up. 33rd degree. And if you can't find anything on 33rd degree, that's because... oh, look, it broke just like I said it would. 33rd degree. Did you know there's more than one way to climb the ladder as a Mason? There's multiple avenues. There's the long way and there's the short way. Some people will dedicate their entire life to climb that ladder and never make it past a certain point and will always be held down. And then some of us rise to the top very quickly. So the question is, do we double bottom here? That's the end of it and we pop back up. I think so. I think so. Where would we double bottom? 217. 217.33. 217.33. On the money. So that would be the double bottom right there. So if you're looking for an entry zone, that's highly likely. However, it could still continue downward. So keep that in mind, that if this is over, we'll continue downward. And it does look like it wants to continue down a little bit more. We'll see. but it could go as low as 217 on the money and still be within structure. I think it could still do 215. I think it wants to go lower. I think it might. Yeah, it's going to do 215. Look at that big red candle. It wants to go lower, so it looks like we did not double bottom unless we close this with an all wick and a little green. I don't see it happening. So it looks like we're going lower. And mind you guys, it could go even lower. We could get a 3 a.m. sell-off. So my advice is, if you're looking for an entry zone, watch the charts, listen to the things that I've told you, be a deluxe subscriber on TikTok, and I will more than likely be awake watching. Where's our resistance? We are dropping to what low? 215 is the resistance. But that doesn't mean that it won't go lower. You know, it could consolidate a little bit and then form a bearish formation. But I'm going to watch it. If it starts to look like it's making a turnaround, but this is the 1 minute. It's just starting to unfold. Things happen around midnight and 3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So I would generally wait for those time frames to make a move to know where we're going. But it looks like we're breaking below, and we that's just this structure right here. Right? So this structure played out. Now we have to watch and see what structure it makes right here to tell us which direction we're going to go. And it looks like it'll probably fall short and come down again. And if this makes a channel, there's not enough input here to really do this, but I'll do it for y'all's sake, so that you can see the future. If it makes a channel like this, and it moves down and it goes down into it, more than likely it's going to drop again. But I think there's just not enough data yet. But resistance is at 215. 217 to 215 is that resistance zone, okay? It's more like 217 to 214. And then if it breaks that, then it's 212 to 210. And then if it breaks that, it would be 208 to 205. If we head back to 205, I would say that we're done and we're not going up again. And if we do, we could see 225 again, and that's it. But if we see 208, I would be confident enough to say that 247 is off the table. At least for now, until something new forms. The problem is time, guys. We only have so much time for this show. And we are waiting for data and structure. But, you know, we pumped up. We had a pullback to about 50% here. So if we do remain bullish, this kind of looks like a descending channel here. A little bull flag. Okay? This looks like a bull flag to me, baby. Look at that little pennant. All right? That tells me we're probably going to pop up. Probably. That's a nice little bull pennant. I would say yes. Get in. Not financial advice. I'm not going to tell you what to do. But I am looking at my exchange right now. I'll tell you that much. I'm looking at the exchange. And you know what's crazy is I told you 230 and then now to 247. And I think 230 was the profit taking zone. We're going to drop back a little bit. And then 247 is going to be the next profit taking zone. 245, 243. Yeah, time will tell. I'm digging XRP right now. And I think the rest of the market still has more in it. Yeah, a couple racks on XRP, why not? I remember code for looking at the exchange was fixing the music. Yeah. Exactly. I'm fixing the music, guys. I figure it's worth throwing a few racks at it. It looks good to me. That looks good enough to me. That's what I want to see. But, you know, racks on, racks on, racks off. Yep. I like it. It looks all right. It could, remember, it could be done, okay? It could, but look, we're right here. And even if this isn't a wedge here, let's say it's a channel. That means it could come down to 214. It's only a couple cents different. But it seems more like a wedge to me. This seems right. Either way, it looks all right to me. There's really not enough data to tell, but I think everyone is the bullish sentiment is going around again. So I'm gonna play on the moon cheese. Factoring in moon cheese says yes. BTC 100K has to be, ain't no way it ends now. I think you're right. I think Bitcoin is headed for 100K. I think you're right. That looks like a pin it to me. Let's look at a lower time frame real quick. Got to wrap this show up here pretty soon though. Bitcoin. I don't know, bro. Bitcoin's a diamond top, bro. Bitcoin's a diamond top. Bitcoin's going down to 90K. 91. Bitcoin is a diamond top, yo. Yeah, I've been talking about the bullish sentiment the past few days when you brought it up even earlier. Yeah. Bitcoin's going down, but I think Bitcoin's lagging behind XRP. So XRP had a head and shoulders that played out. Bitcoin is about to have a diamond top play up. See the diamond top? There it is. I think moon cheese, though, even if it does come down, that only means that it's coming down to 90 and it could turn itself around. It doesn't really seem like this is going to be a head and shoulders. That just doesn't. This could be the shoulder, though. And this could be the head and this could be the shoulder, but that would bring us all the way down. That would bring Bitcoin down to really low. 80K. If this is the shoulder, man, it doesn't line up, bro. It just doesn't line up. Yeah, it's too low. It just doesn't make sense. I think it you know, this is, you know, a diamond top. Let's look at XRP in the 15. Yeah, XRP, head and shoulders. So it could see 216. I think XRP is just ahead of it. That's all. Bitcoin held stronger for longer. Shoulders look Nah. I don't think so. I've seen look at the shoulder on the 1 hour one. Look at this shoulder. This shoulder looks It's still a head and shoulder. Look at that beautiful diamond top right there, though. That thing was gorgeous. I called this one. Everyone, I was talking about this in the live, and I said this diamond top in the hour, and nobody said it. They were like, "Oh, it's a bull flag." I'm like, "Nah, bro, it's a diamond top." And then no one was talking about it. Everyone was talking about crazy bullishness. I was like, "No, it's coming back down. It'll hit 203, 205," and sure enough, it did. It did. Nobody did it. Nobody was even talking about it. Everybody was just like, yeah, it's a bull flag, guys. It's crazy. I was like, nah, bro, it's a diamond top. It's coming back down and it's going to consolidate sideways. And look at what it did. Look at what I did. The goat knows all. The goat can see the future. All right, guys, it's 9:30. I got to call it a night. Thank you all for joining me for story time. Remind me to tell you guys about Coronado Island. We'll save that for the next show. I'm going to try to do one of these at least a week. I got shows and stories for days, guys. So there's plenty to it. So have a good night. Enjoy. Happy trading. May the odds forever be in your favor. May the Oz forever be in your favor. The great and powerful Oz. I love how I went from Oz to the goat. Now I'm the goat. All I had to do was go. I can't even do it anymore since I lost my voice. All right. Have a good night, guys. See you. No live tomorrow. So make sure you're subscribed on TikTok so you can direct message me so that we can know where we're going, because I think big things are going to be happening tomorrow and you're going to want to know. So if you weren't paying attention or you missed something or we form a bullish pattern or something up at the top, make sure you are subscribed or you will miss out. And make sure you are checking my page daily, several times a day, because I'm posting at different times when these things are happening. So you need to be checking my page regularly for new videos until I get the email list set up. If you do want to be put on the email list, send me a message, send me either a whisper on TikTok or a whisper on Twitch or a message on TikTok with your email, and I will get you added to that email list. There will be a charge to it. I will figure all that out. Maybe you guys can pay by Venmo or something. We'll figure it out. It's probably only going to be like $1. But someone else is going to be orchestrating all that, so they need to get compensated for the time. Do we go in or are we waiting? That's up to you to decide. I think it could go down a little more. Maybe. It never makes it to the end, but this looks like a nice little bull flag. I'm never going to tell you what to do. Let's just say that I was checking the music earlier. I had to stop and pick up my phone earlier. But we'll see. It's still maybe, but it looks good to me, baby. Looking good. Oh, yeah. All right. Hopefully it plays out and I don't look like a dumbass on the internet. I was going to say national television, but we're on the internet. Wouldn't be the first time I look like a dumbass on national television. All right. Have a good night, guys. And if you missed a part of the show or you had to leave, all these videos are recorded on Twitch or on YouTube. So you can find them at Ozthecryptogoat on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. TikTok, you won't find these videos, but you will have access to becoming a subscriber. You get those daily price point videos and you get my memes and everything else that I post. And as well as a deluxe subscriber, you can message me directly. I can help coach you and we can talk, hang out, figure out things. And if you want to be put on the email notification list so that anytime I post something, you get an email notification, because the algorithms have been suppressing this information. So if you want to get on that email list, please send me a whisper on Twitch or a message on TikTok. If you're not a deluxe subscriber on TikTok, you're going to have to become a deluxe subscriber before you can get on the email list. Okay. So if you want to get on the email list, you must become a deluxe subscriber on TikTok, and then you message me with your email and I will add you to that list and we will get that set up hopefully by Monday or sooner. Can this flag take us up to the 247? I think it could take us up to maybe 235 and then flag again and go up again. And it could go to 235, pull back a little bit and then go up. But that's why you want to be a deluxe subscriber, so that you can message me, because I can't go live all the time. The show is over, ladies and gentlemen. We went 30 minutes over. We had a wonderful show tonight. So make sure you're a deluxe subscriber and you message me directly and get on the email notification list, guys. All right. Have a good night. What's everybody doing? How we doing? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is your host, Ozthecryptogoat. Welcome everybody. We're about to get started in just a few minutes, but let's get those likes rolling in on TikTok. Start hitting that like button, double tap everybody. We're going to get started with our show here in just a little bit. We got some pretty, I'd say bearish news. We also got maybe some bullish news, and that just seems to be the trend. For every bit of bullish news there's more bearish news to follow. It's just a roller coaster, baby. It's a roller coaster. But make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow the channel, and also share it. Click the little share button, and let's get rolling. We need those likes to start rolling in, and let's set up a goal here. Let's do heart me's. Everybody get your heart me in. Thank you for Gibby. Thank you for the likes. Appreciate you. And the heart me. Appreciate you, Gibby. Mega Crypto, how's it going, buddy? How we doing? Glad to see you. It's a pleasure as always. Hi Gibby, how you doing? How's the trading going? Are you in profit? Are we in profit? I'll tell you what, I've been coaching a lot more people, and some of you are just getting started, and some of you have been doing the coaching for a little while, and it's great to see people actually in profits, whereas it was not going that way for a while. I'm just learning every day. Yeah, and you know what's great is I am now offering the technical analysis class. So if you want to get signed up for the technical analysis class, it's going to be through my Discord. Okay, let me pull it up here for you if you're interested. So you go to the link in my bio, and that's where the Discord is at. And then where is it at? Oh, here it is. So the TA class, the first class starts on July 6th, okay? And I'm doing limited seating in the classes, okay? So because I don't want it to get too full, so there is a limited amount of space to get into the TA class. So make sure you get pre-signed up before the class starts, and you can secure a spot, because it will not be open once we reach a certain amount of people. That's it, because I will just have to cut it off, and then maybe later on down the road we can add more if people fall off, but I want it to be more personalized, so that way I can focus on each individual person and where they need help with, and where their struggles are at. So join the technical analysis class. It's going to be awesome, and that way you can learn to read the charts like I do. And we have Waddy Crypto X is coming on the show on Friday. So we've got we're going to talk about White Rock. We're going to talk about some of the things that we found here with White Rock, and I'm going to be letting Dead Daddy know, and so that way he can possibly chime in if he like. That's going to be an amazing show as well. I'm really excited because Waddy, he deep dives like I do, and he doesn't just believe everything he hears. Great guy. Make sure you give him a follow. And don't forget, we have our hoodies, our women's and our men's t-shirts. We also have the beautiful coffee mug. I'm telling you, the coffee just tastes better with the goat. And we have our stickers here as well. And those are all available on the Discord, or there's a link on Twitch where you can get your merchandise. So make sure you sign up for the Discord, and the Discord's going to have the links to all this stuff, as well as the TA class. All right. Where are all my crypto bros at? Ooh, I like this song. Kayleen, Mother of Dragons, right? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. Glad to see you on the Twitch side. What's going on, Ken? How you doing, buddy? Welcome. Don't forget to send in your heart me's on TikTok. And a heart me and 2 popular votes is going to help the algorithm. And there's also a heart me like power up, that one as well. Ken, thank you for the heart me and the popular vote, much appreciated. And don't forget to tap away. Let's see if we can get to 3,000 likes, and we'll get started with the news and everything. What's up, Crypto TV with Trey?
Trey's mad at me because I made him lose a battle today. I got you on the next one, fam. I got you on the next one. Trust. Glad to see you, Trey. Yeah, man. You know, hey, I gotta give the love spread out evenly. You know what I mean? Like, I had a feeling you were gonna win that one, so I was like, I'm gonna come in clutch right now. I'm gonna come in clutch. It was unexpected though. Eve did not think that she was gonna win that one. It was fun though, man. A lot of fun. Jesus, thank you for the heart me. And Jesus is signed up for the TA classes. He's already secured his spot. Oh, dude, thank you for the 20 popular votes. Appreciate you. And glad to have you on in the class. And let me show you right here. So we have the TA class is operational. We're doing pre-signups now. There is limited space. So I'm only allowing a certain amount of people to sign up for the class. And once it's full, that's it. So make sure you get pre-registered before July 6th so you don't miss the class. And that's all going to be done through the Discord. So if you want to get on the TA class, send me a direct message and I will give you all the instructions you need to get signed up. But I'll tell you what, like, people are flocking to get into the TA class. Everybody wants in. Listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the greatest class you ever took. Everybody says so. We're all going to get very rich and drink Bud Light. It's going to be incredible. Everybody share the show. FYP. Hashtag FYP in the chat. Man, I'll tell you what. TikTok is awful. You pay for a promotion one time and then all of a sudden they don't put you out in the FYP at all. Not FUP. That's F up. FYP. You put me in hashtag F up. Am I an F up? Yeah, Circle's rocking. That's gonna be a good one. You can't put the period after FYP. It doesn't work still. And you can't put anything else with it. It's just got to be hashtag FYP, nothing else. Otherwise, it doesn't work. But I appreciate you. Mother Dragons, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. There we go. There's the FYP. And viewership is so down. This is what happens. You pay TikTok for some promotion and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, we're not going to promote you no more unless you give us money. Well, we just got word we're going to war. Did it just happen right now? Because what I have says we don't know if we're going. Let me look it up. Yeah, no decision yet. Yeah, there's no decision on it yet. We're going to cover that. Jessie's out sick again today. She's not feeling well. She will be back on the show, I promise. Is TikTok done today? Tomorrow. Possibly tomorrow. We're going to find out. I sure hope not. TikTok owes me some money. We'll see what happens with TikTok. But if anything happens, we've got a safe haven. So we have our Twitch as well, just in case. TikTok needs an extended warranty. Yeah. We've been trying to reach you about your TikTok's extended warranty. All right. Mother Dragons, thank you for the popular vote. Appreciate you. So we got five heart me's. We need to get to 20 heart me's. Guinea Marie, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. Nico, thank you for the heart me. What's going on, Nico? Look deep into SPX. I'll tell you what, I will look into it if you send a heart me. We'll look it up right now. Nico, thank you for the rose. Appreciate you. Yeah, glad to have you here, Nico. I'm doing all right. I finally got some sleep, man. I was exhausted yesterday. Usually I'll be up for days on end, and then I just need like 2 days of massive sleep, and then I'm feeling a lot better. And then I can go like another week without any sleep. So I'm feeling good and refreshed. There's a moon at night outside my window. Yeah, but it's a waning moon. However, there's a celestial body. What do you want to call it? Let's see. It's what date is that? You know what, chat? You're all gonna get something very special today. You're gonna see a sub-only video. Oh wait, maybe it's not letting me see sub-only videos because I'm not subscribed to my own channel. I can't see my sub-only videos. Hold on. Still bullish on SXT. I mean, I love the utility, but I think just the market's taking a dump right now. But yeah, I mean, I'm bullish long term. I'm just looking to accumulate it and wait for it to do something crazy because it could potentially hit a couple bucks. So yeah. Let me pull this up here real quick. Get the date. I don't want to give you guys false information. So let's make sure we know the date. What the heck? They removed it? No. They removed the post about the moon. What happened to it? All right, let me look it up. Let me look it up. Okay, this is it. The smiley face in the sky refers to a celestial alignment of the moon, Venus, and Saturn that can create the illusion of a smiling face. Let's see a picture of it here. This is what it looks like. That's kind of cool looking, right? I have a feeling that this is going to normally would be something bearish. Maybe it indicates a pump. I'm in and out. I'm in a tree, but be back later. You're in a tree? What are you doing in a tree, man? So, we follow the moon cycle. Do I believe in it? No. However, I think other people do. So, it gives it some validity. So this is the celestial formation that is coming on what date? Let me see here. The date. April 25th. No. We had another one coming up. June. Maybe that's why they took it down. Maybe I got the... Yeah, June 19th. On June 19th, a rare celestial event will create a smiley face in the sky as the moon, Venus, and Jupiter align. Oh, that's good. Venus and Jupiter. Jupiter is very bright. So this is going to be very cool. Oh, you're servicing an antenna. Right on. My cell service antenna went down, so I'm connected to somebody's SER. Oh my God. Dude. So this is cool. I think this could... Normally, this would be a bearish part of the cycle. But because of this celestial alignment, I'm guessing that it's going to give a bit of a small pump. Because it's a happy face, you know. Oh, it's happy. It's like, you know what I mean? You got to think of what these crazy people that are trading based on the moon cycle are thinking. They're thinking, oh, it's a happy face, so it's going to be good. Maybe we'll see a giant god candle. I doubt it. I doubt it. It could just be bad. It could just go the opposite direction. We'll have to see. Why is viewership so down? I'm gonna cry. There's only 6 people watching. We gotta do something here. We gotta get the likes going like crazy. Cause 6 or 10 people watching, if it falls below 20 people watching for more than an hour, I have to cut the live and we have to end the show because it ruins the stats for the show and the FYP and everything like that, and it'll put us in like a shadow ban. XRP up or down by 2026? Down. XRP down by 2026. I think by February 2026 we'll be back to like $1 or lower. Downtown, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Everybody, FYP in the chat, hashtag FYP, hashtag must watch. Is Jaydan live? He's pretty popular. They might be over there. I think you might be right. Yeah, because if our viewership is too low for too long, we have to end the live early, and then we'll just be exclusively on Twitch. We'll still do the live. You'll just have to go there to watch it. Let's see. Let's see if Jaydan is live. He is live. Dang. Oh, and okay. Some of the biggest creators in the space right now are live right now. That's why nobody's watching, and they hardly ever go live. That makes sense. It's cool you're watching me. I appreciate that. He must be doing a long one. It would be late for him. Yeah, I know, right? Usually I try to go on a different time than other creators, because more of the other creators, they go a little bit earlier. I go a little bit later so that I don't conflict with them, and then I don't somebody go into Dan's live and tell everybody to go to see Ozthecryptogoat. But I also pick the time that I do because it's the closing of the day candle, and I get to reach Australia and that time zone as well. Tell Dan to go to bed. I know, right? Everybody go tell Dan to go to bed so people will come watch the goat. Say, hey, the goat's going live, Dan. Hey, go into Dan's live and tell him that if he comes over, I'll have him come on as a co-host and we'll chat. I've been trying to get Dan on the show, but he gets spammed with so many messages that he's like, I looked for your message, I can't find it, and then I'm locked out to where I can't send a new one. So it is what it is. You're not sleepy? I'm not sleepy either. I never sleep. All right, let's do a little TA, huh? So it looks like today's candle closed, not quite a hammer, but somewhat of a hammer. But that downward pressure has got today opened up as a red candle, which could indicate downward movement. But then we look in the hour and I see a nice little flag forming. That looks like a flag to me. So I think we could potentially get another little pump up here. That would take it to like 218. I don't think it would go much further though. Maybe. This does look like an inverted head and shoulders. Now that could send it up to 219, 220. But still overall, it's just a massive head and shoulders. And look at this. Hold on, let me get back on the day. And then 1 hour. So on the 1 hour, there's this as well. And this is also bearish. This is an ascending, broadening wedge. It's not too ascending, but I mean, if you bring this here, then it's a lot more ascending for sure. But I like to come back here a little further. But that would indicate downward movement. And overall, this whole thing right here is a head and shoulders. So definitely keep an eye on it. Prompt headed to the moon tonight. Don't miss out on the dip for sure. I'm trying to learn. Yeah, I'm offering a technical analysis class. I also offer one-on-one coaching. So the coaching is more about finding a strategy that's specific to your needs that can make you profitable. And the TA class is more about learning how to read the charts. So this is the TA class, and you can get signed up. It's through my Discord. And you just send me a message, say, hey, I want to sign up for the class. It's $25 an hour. So there's four 1 hour classes a month. So it's going to be $100 a month. But it's a limited amount of people in the class. So you're going to have more direct one-on-one contact with me during that live. And I can teach you how to read the charts. Not just read the charts, but read them the way I do, and quickly, very quickly. I'm here in California. And then the coaching is for deluxe subscribers, and you can message me directly and we can come up with a strategy for your situation. So the deluxe subscribers, it's only $10 a month, and you can message me anytime, and you won't need to know TA if you are deluxe subscriber. I'll do all the heavy lifting for you. But remember, following is not the same as subscribing, okay? So there's a little star down on the bottom here, okay, with a circle around it. You're gonna click that, and that's how you're gonna become a subscriber. Definitely worth it. Everyone that subscribes resubscribes. It's worth it. Mino36, you're a beginner. Highly recommend taking advantage of the one-on-one coaching with me. Just become a subscriber and send me a message after, and I will help you out. Oz, what's the prediction time for 160? I would say sometime around July, maybe the beginning of July, maybe halfway into July. It could take time. It could also break structure. Remember that. I'm investing 1,000 into XRP every month for the next 10 years. Oh, get ready to be broke. Maybe in 10 years you won't be broke, but for the next 10 years you're going to be broke. Or Batman. I'm just being honest with you, Bruce. Bruce Wayne. By the way, I love Batman. I drive a Batmobile, by the way. One of my cars is a Batmobile. XRP already had its bull run. I agree. If you're gonna put $1,000 into XRP every month, I would wait. I'd start saving it and putting it into stable coins and wait and buy the bottom. Nobody beats my FOMO. Hey, dude, I think I beat your FOMO, dude. I think we beat it, man. I think you're doing a lot better now. Any thoughts on XDB on MEXC? Yeah, dude, I think you're starting to get there. My thoughts on XLM, I like it. If you want TA on any projects, you got to become a subscriber. It's $1.99 a month, or you can do the deluxe subscription, and then you can have one-on-one coaching with me. Or you can get that absolutely free by putting it in the chat on Twitch. I'm not allowed to promote Twitch anymore. I got in trouble. I'm not going to get my stream keys. Which I really need. I like this song. I own all the rights to this music, by the way. That's why I have the music I have, because by the way, all of these videos are posted to YouTube, and if you ever miss a live, you can go back and rewatch them on YouTube. They're usually uploaded the night of, sometime around midnight. They're back on there. All right, let's get into some news, huh? Let's read some news. This is from CNBC. Pro-Israel hackers destroy 90 million in Iran crypto exchange breach, analyst firm says. So I believe it was BTC. And I believe if it's destroyed, that means it cannot be sold. So it's locked away forever for good, as far as I know. Hackers sent the stolen funds to they send it to other addresses. Likely can't have access, effectively destroying it. Okay, so hackers sent the stolen funds to vanity addresses they likely can't access, effectively destroying it. Blockchain analytics firm Elliptic said. The predatory Sparrow hacker group claimed responsibility and also said it breached Iran's state-owned bank SEPA earlier this week. Elliptic has linked the exchange to sanctionized ransomware operatives and wallets tied to Hamas, Palestine, Islamic Jihad, and was it Houthis? Is that Hodas? Hodas. What's up, UB? How you doing, buddy? So yeah, that's more than 90 million Wednesday, according to blockchain analysis. The funds were drained from the platform wallets into addresses being anti-government messages, explicitly referencing Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and so on and so forth. It looks like blockchain research firm Chain Analysis said the stolen crypto included Bitcoin, Ethereum, Doge, Ripple, Solana, Tron, and Ton. Now, when they say Ripple, do they mean XRP or Ripple shares? I'm assuming that they mean XRP, and they do this on purpose. They want you to get Ripple mixed up with XRP, just like they did right here. So that is interesting, because I don't believe that Ripple is a cryptocurrency. Let's find out. Is Ripple a cryptocurrency? Yes, Ripple is a cryptocurrency. More specifically, XRP is the name of the digital currency that Ripple, the company, uses on the payment platform. Okay, so actually the answer is no. Ripple is not. AI lies to you too. This is what I'm talking about. They want you to believe that they are one and the same when they are not. Nick Beamer, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Thank you for the subscription. And if that's a deluxe subscription, make sure you send me a direct message and send me your email, and I will get you signed up for the email alert system. It's absolutely free for the rest of this month. After that, it's $1.99, but try it out. If you like it, then keep using it. But it basically pays for itself. I'm telling you, totally worth it. Man, viewership is way down. We got to do something. We got to do something. We got to do something. Before Mother Earth gets any more hurt, we got to do something. No? Saving Sarah Marshall? Or forgetting Sarah Marshall, excuse me. Forgetting Sarah Marshall? Anyone? Anyone? No? Russell Brand? Oh man, I'm showing my age. I guess it doesn't matter. There's only 12 people watching me sing like an idiot. All right, Senate passes crypto regulation, sends to the House without addressing Trump's investments. The Senate passed legislation on Tuesday that would regulate a form of cryptocurrency known as stablecoins, the first of what the industry hopes will be a wave of bills to bolster its legitimacy and reassure consumers. The fast-moving legislation, which passed a 68-30 vote and will be sent to the House for potential revisions. What's up, Simon? How you doing, buddy? Don't forget to send in your daily heart me's, everyone, and follow it with 2 popular votes. That's the best way to boost the algorithm. We have 13 people watching. If we're below 20 viewers for too long, we have to cut the live. How much do singers get paid per song on the internet? I don't know. Evidently, only a couple of cents. Because we've only made 25 cents this live. Simon, thank you for the heart me. And holy crap, 49 popular votes. Appreciate you. So evidently, singers get paid 49 popular votes. So yeah, this passed. It's going to go to the House. They'll probably make some revisions and it's going to get passed. But until that happens, I would say that this is not so bullish news. Yeah, we gotta get firm regulation, and it's really only stablecoin regulation, so it really doesn't help crypto at all. If you ask me, it's an indication of quite the opposite. So it is a little troubling for me. That's why I'm wondering, like, what purpose will XRP actually serve? Will it actually be used as a currency or just like a liquidity pool and facilitation of paying gas fees? That's my main concern, because if they were moving to do something like not use stablecoins or CBDCs, I would say that wouldn't it be relevant to pass some legislation to define whether or not these currencies are securities or commodities, you know? And I think they're just not even paying attention to that, because that's not the overall goal. Just because there's an executive order doesn't make it a law, first of all. An executive order is a temporary order. It lasts like 1 year, and it could just go away, and people will think that it's still in place because he signed an executive order, but then it'll just go out the window and it'll whoosh over everyone's heads, and then all of a sudden, here, CBDCs, there you go. That's what we're doing, and everyone's going to go, what? What happened? And everyone's going to be holding a bag full of useless garbage. And you're just going to see a massive tank in all sorts of coins if that happens. Obviously, it's a bit speculative right now, but in my opinion, I think the overall goal is CBDCs, stable coins. What's the purpose of having XRP when you have RLUSD? It facilitates gas fees and is a liquidity pool. That's it. Will it help it? Yeah, the price might come up a little bit. It might keep it at around $2 to $5, but you know, XRP is like trying to fill a bucket with no bottom in it, okay? It doesn't matter how open the faucet is and you got the bucket under it, it's just falling onto the floor because it moves through it. XRP gets its value from the people that hold it, not from the liquidity that flows through it. So I hope that's not the case. I mean, because I hold some XRP. I took most of my profits. I'm well within the green on XRP, but you know, I'd like to see my moon bag go to 11D. Of course, who wouldn't? But probably not. Probably not. And it kind of breaks my heart what's happening to crypto right now. It breaks my heart because we were moving towards decentralization, control of the people having the control, and not the institutions. And now it's going back the other direction. Institutions are going to have all the control. The people get nothing, and you all stay broke. Live in the pod, eat the bugs, and shut your mouth. Lick the boot. That's what they want you to do. They want you to lick the boot and eat the bugs. Eat the bugs, people. They're delicious. Everybody says so. Eat them 10 times a day. We'll see what happens with that. I'm glad that nobody's seeing me get this rant right now. 14 people, that's pretty close to getting to 20. We should get up there. Keep hitting the like button, guys. Lock in, such a roller coaster meme coin. Really? All right, let's look at it. Simon be finding the treasure, okay? Seamont77 is a treasure hunter. And dude, he's been not only finding good ones. You got to tell me these coins, Seamont, before they pump, okay? So I can get in where you're at. Because I don't follow meme coins, but dude, you've been killing the meme coins. And if we can get in, then I can watch it. I'll tell us where to get out, like we did on the other one on syrup. Ooh, boy, made some money on syrup. Oh man, I gotta maybe get into meme coins, bro. Because like everything else is making me nothing, dude. Lock in. It sounds like Lockheed Martin, so I like it. Lock in. Is this it? On Kraken? Ooh, that's a nice double bottom.